Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since we last met, we closed the deal on a multi-billion-pound investment in a new universal theme park. The Secretary of State signed a cultural cooperation agreement between the UK and India, which helped underpin the free trade agreement that we concluded this month. I've been working with colleagues in the Department of Health and Social Care to deliver a solution to the ongoing uncertainty facing the advertising and broadcasting sectors, as will be reported today in a written ministerial statement. And my colleague here and the whole of the Department and the Secretary of State worked hard with thousands of others, including the Royal British Legion, to deliver an 18th anniversary of VE Day that we can all be proud of. I should just say, Mr. Speaker, that the order paper, as you know, refers to members of Parliament who gave their lives during the Second World War, which is actually an idea I came up with many years ago. There is just a little mistake in it because it refers to Major John Cartland. It was actually Major Ronnie Cartland who gave his life in the war, one of the bravest people who protected thousands of others by giving his life in the retreat to Dunkirk.
I'm glad you had a good idea. I'm glad I could fulfil your idea. Melanie on.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Grimfowl Fest is part of Grimsby's brilliant award-winning biking festival. It launched in 2022, attracted more than 20,000 visitors, and now talented local producer Julia Thompson is developing this concept into turning Grimsby into the destination of Havelock's kingdom. What support can the Minister offer to back heritage-led tourism projects like this that create economic opportunities in places like Grimsby and Cleveland?
She's absolutely right. I've looked at some of the material that's going on for Havelock's weekend, I think he's getting. I didn't know the story myself of Grim, the fisherman who saved the young Prince Havelock. It's a great story, and it's good to see that there's a new artwork outside the Grimsby Institute which has modernised the old artwork that used to be there. She's absolutely right. We need to do more for our coastal communities.
Minister Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know that our creative sectors, including our artists, our writers, our publishers and our fashion industry, to name a few, are all fighting for their professional lives as AI companies use their intellectual property for their AI models. So I ask the Minister, why won't the government put an end to the AI copyright issue and back the amendments from the Lords which have such overwhelming support?
For a start, I mean, this is a debate that we're going to have later on this afternoon. I am absolutely determined that what we will secure through this whole process is that we will get to a place where the creative people who have copyright, creators of every different kind, whether in music or word or images, will be able very easily to protect their rights, will be able to gain remuneration, and where AI companies will remunerate and pay for the work that they look at and use to create their systems. Now, I just note that the Conservative Party is all over the shop on this. They've had a free vote, they've had a vote on one side, on the other side, and we'll see whether all of even their front bench votes this afternoon.
Subcall number 2, Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry, apologies. Recently, I've been contacted by Monmouthshire constituents with concerns that breaking into the arts and creative industries and staying in those industries is incredibly difficult for those from lower income backgrounds or outside major cities and media hubs. And as he knows, having visited Monmouthshire many times, we have no cities in Monmouthshire, it's all small towns. So what actions is the government taking to create more opportunity for talented people to enter and stay in the arts industries, regardless of their backgrounds?
She makes a very good point. One of the things that worries me about the creative industries in the UK is that quite often the only people who conceive of it as a possible career are people whose parents already worked in that industry. I don't want the creative industries to be a hereditary industry. I want everybody to have a chance, whatever their background. That's partly about making sure that we champion the creative industries. They are our economic future, and we must embrace them and also make sure that everybody gets a decent chance in life.
Richard Tudge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apart from sensational ice cream, I'm sure the Minister will join me in congratulating Skegness in being awarded the prestigious Blue Flag Award for the quality of its beach. But I'm concerned that not enough people can enjoy this because of the lack of direct public transport from London. National Express have not restored their coach service since the pandemic, and there's no direct train link from London to Skegness. So will the Minister work with me and the Department of Transport to try and improve direct transport links?
I think that's a bit transporty for me, but first of all, the best ice cream in Britain is produced in the Rhondda, which is produced by Sub-Zero, and I'm happy to have a contest with him any day of the week if he wants on that front. And secondly, I would suggest quite gently to him that one of the reasons that the beaches in the UK improved was because we joined the European Union. And before our membership of the European Union, all our beaches were filthy and covered in tar.
And obviously Frederick's ice cream in Chorley, Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, I attended the launch of the Independent Venue Community, a charity which is aiming to bring community activity into nighttime music venues when they're usually closed. Does the Minister agree with me that such innovative thinking is beneficial to health and well-being, the arts sector more generally, and town centre renewal? And what support can they offer to see such schemes rolled out nationwide?
All I really want to say is yes, because I agree with everything that he said. And since you like brevity, and brevity is the soul of wit, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to say yes.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the best experiences I had as Minister in DCMS several years ago was visiting 114 places around the country. I'd like to extend an offer to the Minister to come to Salisbury to see the work of Wiltshire Creative. Salisbury International Arts Festival is starting this weekend, and we welcome his insights into how collaboration to maximise investment in cultural growth in South Wiltshire can be facilitated.
Well, I get a lot of invites to people, and yes, I do get a lot of invites, honestly. And frankly, and some of them I take up. I am a bit Ado Annie. I'm just a girl who can't say no. I'm in a terrible fix. I always say, come on, let's go, just when I ought to say nix.
Speaker, Cannock Chase is home to many fantastic dance schools, such as the Crystal Academy in Hensford, who've been crowned Dance School of the Year. Dance can empower people from all backgrounds, but a third of schools are not teaching dance despite it being on the national curriculum. A varied, high-quality sports offer should not only be for a privileged few. So can I ask the Minister what steps the government is taking to ensure that all schools can inspire their students through dance?
I think he asked what steps am I taking to promote dance. Well, it takes two to tango, and we are working with the Department for Education to try and make sure that creative education is a really important part of everything we do in every single part in all of our schools. The fact that fewer kids are now studying creative subjects is a problem, and we need to rectify it.
Pete Wishart.
I heard him mention it in passing, but wouldn't you concede that the voluntary grassroots music levy isn't making the progress that we'd all hoped for? The Music Venue Trusts have revealed that almost 95% of arena and stadium shows do not have any levy at all. We need, the Minister knows this income to rejuvenate grassroots venue. Surely it's now time to think of a formal levy and even to think about legislation if required.
I've said that we would make it a statutory levy if we needed to, but honestly, I think we are making progress. I wanted us to have made substantial progress by the first quarter of this year. We've already got 500,000 tickets that it's been applied to. I want to get to much bigger numbers by the end of the year. The Select Committee did a really good job in coming up with this idea. We're determined to push it forward. And if it could just be less sort of grumpy, it would help us if he could ring everybody he knows in the industry and persuade them to sign up to the levy, that'd be great.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this Labour government delivers a national youth strategy and opens a network of Young Futures hubs, what assurances can the Minister give me that the department will learn from the best practice of charities like the Thirst Youth Cafe and Future Hope in my constituency, and will they join me to meet them and find out more about how they're delivering for young people in Hertford and Stortford?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for that question. The government values youth services. We know the vital role they can play in young people's lives. I've had a number of cross-government meetings on this issue in the last few weeks. We continue to work on a national youth strategy, and if my diary allows, I'd be delighted to visit.
Mr. Macbeth.
Oh, entering into the great parliamentary ice cream competition, of course Cheshire does the best ice cream. But given the huge riches in the Premier League, shouldn't there be a greater expectation that more money flows down into grassroots level football and non-league clubs like Knutsford FC and Witton Albion, my constituency, who work unbelievably hard just to stay afloat, especially as so many of those Premier League footballers live just up the road from those two clubs?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a very important point. It's not for government to decide that, of course, but I absolutely know from my own experience that grassroots clubs play a huge role in communities. The Premier League do contribute a lot. It's up to them to how much money they put down the pyramid.
Meg Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, obviously the issue of copyrighted creatives is big in the news because of AI, but it's also been a long-running issue before this, and it's good that the spotlight's on it. Will the Minister look into a levy on IT equipment so that people who are providing their creative material on that get some effective royalties, as you would under the book lending scheme? This is an early idea, but if he could start talking about this in government now, we might get some success.
Well, I'm happy to look at anything, but we're reluctant to start putting levies on things that close the British business down. But she makes a very good point about trying to make sure that people have an opportunity to make a career and a living out of the creative industries. It strikes me that with more than 50% of people working freelance in the industry, that's one of the things we've definitely got to look at. And I know she has a very large sector in her own constituency.
Mr. Speaker, Somerset is home to some iconic film locations, such as Glastonbury Tor, which featured in The Kid Who Would Be King, Montacute House in Wolf Hall and Sense and Sensibility, and of course Hot Fuzz, which was filmed in Wales. So what steps is the Minister taking to ensure the film industry in the UK thrives and continues to use our iconic locations?
She's absolutely right. One of the things that brings a lot of people to the UK as tourists, and we want to get to 50 million tourists by international visitors by 2030, is coming to see places where things were filmed. I went to Bath recently and saw so many different places where there's been filming for Bridgerton and lots of different movies and so on. It's a really important part of the business that we do, and sometimes we need to make sure that local authorities take up these opportunities.
Amanda High.
Mr. Speaker, there's been rapid expansion of new homes in my constituency. However, the development of sports facilities in areas like Ashby de la Zouch are not keeping pace. And in Hugglescote, we're seeing a fight to save the recce. How will the Minister ensure that when new homes are created, we protect and develop new sports facilities in parks for local people?
Well, this government is committed to grassroots sport. That's why we've invested over £100 million this year. I'll reflect her comments to the relevant department, though.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
In my constituency is a much cherished local facility which has sadly fallen into disrepair and been unable to open for the community this year. There is a very good local group trying to raise funds to restore it. What can the Minister do to help?
Well, of course, local authorities suffered huge cuts under the previous government, and that's why many swimming pools have fallen into disrepair. I will look into the issue for, and I understand there's a Westminster Hall debate on a similar subject the first week back.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bands I played in never quite got to a European tour. But artists tell me how... Thank you, Chris. But artists tell me how much they and their teams have suffered in the disastrous post-Brexit landscape for touring artists. We've got the best bands and artists in the world. They bring huge joy to us here. They want to share the love abroad, and in so doing bring a lot of money to the UK economy. Now, can my honourable friend assure me that he's acting with haste? As Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. Let's open more doors for them.
And one man in his time plays many parts, and clearly he is one of those people. Look, we are determined to sort this out. I know there are many of us who fear that we lost many things when Brexit happens, but I think there are other wise words from Shakespeare. Queen Margaret in Henry VI, wise men ne'er sit and wail their loss, but cheerily seek how to redress their harms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amazing dancers at Eastbourne Shining Stars Dance Academy have qualified for the Dance World Cup in Spain this July. It's going to cost thousands of pounds to get them there, though, so they've launched a crowdfunding campaign. Will he back their campaign to get to the World Cup and congratulate them for their achievement?
Yes, if he sends me a link, I will contribute myself.
Right, that completes questions. Sally Jameson, point for this particular question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please accept my apologies because in my haste to stand up for British horse racing, I forgot to refer members to my register of interest detailing an event I attended at Doncaster Racecourse in my constituency last year.
OK, that corrects that. Just can I thank the honourable gentleman for pointing out what he did with his, as the author of a good book about certain gay MPs. Can I say thanks, and the record will be corrected. Thank you for that. Right, that completes questions. Let us move on.
Church Commissioners.
Well done for getting over the line, Mr. Speaker.
No problem, take care. Right, we now come to questions, Church Commissioners, the House of Commons Commission and the Speaker's Committee on the Electoral Commission. Steve Race.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, that's... Come on.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A proposal to enable churches to opt into the use of prayers of standalone love and faith services is currently out for consultation, and it will come back to the House of Bishops in October.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the honourable member agree with me that the next Archbishop of Canterbury should be someone who can show leadership on this issue, both for congregants and for clergy who would want to participate in such a service, and ensure that the Church of England finally treats LGBT Anglicans in Exeter and beyond equally within the Church?
I'm sure my honourable friend will understand while I can't comment on who the next Archbishop should be, and the process is well underway, and I'm sure honourable members will join me in holding them in prayer as they go about this very important work. Now, this issue does affect many people, and people have deep feelings on it. And if the House of Bishops do approve the proposals to enable prayer of love and faith in standalone services, the Business Committee of the General Synod could timetable this issue for a debate in February 2026.
Mary Clinton.
Number 2, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I wish to group questions 2 and 4. In October 2023, the Archbishop of Jerusalem and Canterbury launched an emergency appeal for the Diocese of Jerusalem, and it receives donations from international partners, including the UK. The fund supports people throughout the Holy Land and has supported medical services for vulnerable outpatients in Al-Ali Hospital in Gaza, St Luke's Hospital in Nablus, and the Penman Clinic in Jenin.
Mary Glendon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thousands of Palestinians, including children, are detained by the Israeli military. Reports of mistreatment and torture date back to UNICEF's 213 report on children in Israeli military detention. Last year, UN Special Rapporteurs highlighted the escalating use of torture against Palestinian detainees, with people raped, electrocuted, waterboarded, suspended from ceilings, tied to beds blindfolded, and in nappies. What can the Church do to help end this appalling cruelty?
The Church unequivocally would condemn all forms of violence and torture, and I know I speak for many when I say impunity for abuse against Palestinian detainees must end. But there is a hard limit on what the Church can do while the Israeli military continues to oppress Palestinians in the West Bank and also in Gaza. We need an end to the occupation, a return of all Israeli hostages and Palestinian detainees without charge, an immediate ceasefire, and all essential aid being allowed into Gaza.
Jim Sasser.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've seen increasing settler violence in the West Bank, and over Easter, Palestinian Christians were restricted and prevented from worshipping. Could I ask my honourable friend to use her good offices to encourage the Church of England to do all it can, including working with other churches and across faiths, to protect the rights of Palestinian people and ensure freedom of worship across all faiths in the face of increased harassment and violence?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think we can all agree that the mass atrocities in Gaza and the attacks on civilians in the West Bank have been repeatedly raised at Church Commissioner questions, indeed by himself on previous occasions. I have written to my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, on this issue, and I know that I can assure him that bishops of the Church of England have regularly visited Palestine to hear from Christians on the ground, but it's clear that to see an end to military and settler attacks on Palestinian worshippers, we need to see an end to occupation. The Church was deeply concerned that worshippers were restricted from worshipping during the Easter period.
Father of the House, Rabbi.
I met this week with Rana Musa, the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate. Under the traditional status quo, the property tax arona was only levied by the Israeli authorities on church-owned business properties. They are now levying it on church properties used for religious purposes. This is an existential crisis for the Christian churches in Jerusalem. It is part of a pattern of intolerable pressure which has resulted in the Christian population now reduced to just 45,000 people in the West Bank. This must stop. And I beg the Church of England, the Catholic Church, all Christians in this country, everybody else, to really shout at the top of the voice that Christians in the Holy Land deserve to be treated with respect.
I thank the Father of the House for his question, and he makes a truly important point. Everybody should have the freedom to worship, and nobody should be allowed to act with impunity to prevent that. But he has rightly said it is up to us to use our voices for the voiceless, the churches of England, the Catholic Church, all people of faith. We shall not prevent people from wanting to worship.
Richard Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Open Doors reported earlier this year that about 3/4 of houses belonging to Christians in Gaza have been damaged or totally destroyed. Given that this is also true for people of all faiths in Gaza, does she accept that support is not only incumbent from the Church of England, but indeed from the government and from all of us?
I thank the honourable member for his question, and he raises a crucial point. I mean, it's not just for the church. Everybody has a responsibility to support the efforts to bring about peace in that region, to bring about a ceasefire, and also to ensure that we allow unimpeded access to aid to go in. As we all know, aid has been prevented from getting in to Gaza, and we need to see aid allowed in.
Blake Stevens.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Commission's approach to managing its work programme supports it with accommodating work arising out of the English Devolution White Paper while still delivering periodic electoral reviews. The Speaker's Committee has agreed at some additional resourcing for the Commission for this financial year. This will help to respond swiftly and effectively to any request for assistance in relation to the development of electoral and boundary arrangements for newly established unitary authorities. Thank you. I thank the member for that response, and can I just declare my interest as a Central Bedfordshire councillor? It's important that the Boundary Commission delivers electoral arrangements that provide strong local representation throughout English devolution. Will the honourable member assure this House that he'll make sure that the resources available to the Commission will be sufficient to ensure that representation isn't sacrificed on the basis of arbitrary timelines for devolution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member raises a good point, and he's got some good inside information. 0.5 million has been allocated, but this is something that the committee will keep under periodic review in cooperation with the Commission. Thank you.
Dave Beckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's right that we have properly resourced boundary commissions, but we have more than one in England, the parliamentary and the local government one. Has there been any conversations at the Electoral Commission or elsewhere about amalgamating those two commissions or finding some pooling of resources in order to save taxpayers' money?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable lady raises, I'm not aware of those conversations at the moment, but that's certainly something I can raise with the Commission on her behalf. Thank you.
Josh Southwell.
Question 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Church is a presence in every constituency across the country, working alongside all faiths. They have interfaith advisors who work closely with local faith leaders, local authorities and other public bodies to foster better relations and understanding of different faith communities. Locally, many churches take part in an annual interfaith peace walk and also other events, including in my own constituency, Battersea.
Josh Southwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the work she's doing representing the Church Commissioners on this matter. Ilford South is one of the most diverse constituencies in the country. In central Ilford, we have a mosque, a mandir, a church and a gurdwara just down the road. Our faith groups build community resilience and exemplify the very best of humanity. Our faith groups are our bedrock. Will my honourable friend join me in celebrating the diversity of our faith groups in Ilford South? And could she outline what conversations she's had with church commissioners on how the church is continuing to strengthen this interfaith work?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, it's a pleasure to congratulate the work of faith groups in my honourable friend's Ilford South constituency, which he demonstrates there are good examples of different faith organisations coming together. The Archdeacon of West Ham informs me that local churches are closely engaged with the London Borough's Faith Forum, and local clergy also work alongside local rabbis and imams to build those closer links. And the local Faith Forum is hosting a Walk of Peace in my honourable friend's Ilford South constituency on the 1st of June, and I do hope he will be able to take part.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The interfaith work up and down the country is vital to our local communities. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that leadership is important, and that if the Church of England were to follow the Roman Catholic Church and appoint its leader in days rather than months, it would give a great boost to interfaith work?
If only, Mr. Speaker, and I do have the right colours on this morning for that, but oh my goodness, but the honourable gentleman makes a really important point about the importance of interfaith working, and that really starts at all levels. So we've got, our local clergy, but also faith leaders and advisors working across all different faiths to bring us together. And I would say, if we look at what happened last summer with the riots, that was a good example of seeing how interfaith leaders are working together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 6, please.
I want to thank my honourable friend for continuing to rightly hold the Church to account on this issue. As he knows, in February the General Synod voted to adopt a partial independent safeguarding model that includes an external scrutiny body and a commitment to carry out further work to identify the legal and practical challenges to move towards a fully independent safeguarding model.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next month I will be meeting the Safeguarding Minister alongside my constituent and a group of survivors of abuse and safeguarding failure within the Church. I thank her for the work she's been doing to continue to push the case for fully independent safeguarding processes. Will she continue to impress upon colleagues the need for full independence in terms of operations and oversight within the Church?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as I reiterate the point, it's really important that honourable members, including my honourable friend, continue to raise this issue and hold the Church to account on this. But what I will say is that the Church is undertaking detailed work to look towards seeking to go with a fully independent model, and in the meantime the Church is getting on with setting up the external scrutiny body, which is likely to be on a statutory basis in order to give it depth and possibly may require legislation. But as I've said on many occasions during Church questions, Mr. Speaker, that is so important that the Church seeks to restore and rebuild trust, and that really does begin by ensuring that we have a credible model for safeguarding.
James Shannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Church Commissioner for a response. The churches should always and only be a place to go for those who seek help, assistance, support and comfort in times whenever things have happened which are completely against the very teachings of the Bible. When it comes to ensuring that those who carry out those heinous crimes and those that there will be no excuses, no apologies, that those people will go to court, stand for the allegations that are made against them, and then when the crimes are proven, that they're then sent to jail. The Church's first foundation is to God and to the teachings of the Bible. Those who carry out those crimes deserve absolutely no help within the Church whatsoever.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's absolutely right. Where any sort of crime is committed, regardless of what institution it is in, then justice must be served.
Rachel Blake.
Question number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Church Commissioner's property team regularly meets and engages with resident associations as part of their programme of support for their tenants to ensure best value for money for leaseholders.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the honourable member for the time she spent with me and my constituents of the Hyde Park estate in terms of tackling some of the high service charges that they're facing? And does she agree with me that it's vital the government continues to make progress in terms of the regulation of managing agents so that these high costs are clamped down on and there's more accountability for leaseholders?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I just also commend my honourable friend for all the work she's doing on this important issue. I know it affects many members across this House, and it indeed was a pleasure to meet with her and members from her residents' association. You know, we all know that management agents many are behaving in ways that are not fit for purpose, and so it is important and absolutely right that we need legislation to deal with these unscrupulous management agents, because things cannot continue in this current vein. But I want to just thank her for all the work she's doing.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the General Synod in February, I called for a fully independent model for safeguarding. Synod didn't adopt that approach, but they did commit to taking on some detailed work that would ensure that they could work towards that sort of model. As I've said earlier in my response, it is vital that the Church seeks to begin to restore and rebuild trust and get trust and confidence in it.
I thank her for that answer. Horribly and tragically, one of my Bath constituents was a victim of abuse in the Church of England, and we must never forget that there are victims and survivors involved here, and they were dismayed when earlier this year the Church of England governing body rejected a fully independent safeguarding model to deal with abuse cases. The Church should not fall behind compared to other organisations when it comes to safeguarding, and she has given me her answer already, but can she reassure me that she will continue to push for a fully independent body, and that must be our goal?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, absolutely. It was disappointing for me as well, because I was at that synod that the model my preferred model of full independence was not adopted. We owe it to those like her constituent, who was a victim and is now a survivor, to ensure that the Church works at pace towards a fully independent model for safeguarding.
John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 9. Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons Commission is always concerned to comply with the law. The policies and guidance of this House have been reviewed. It doesn't appear that any immediate changes are required as a result of the judgment. However, we are keeping this under consideration. We will be looking at the updated EHRC guidance following its publication in draft just 2 days ago.
John Lamont.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his response, but the Secretary of State for Health has said we can and must uphold the rights, freedoms and spaces for women as sex-based rights. I'm therefore extremely concerned to hear that reports that the House of Commons is not following the Equality and Human Rights Commission's interim guidance that biological men should not be allowed to use women's facilities. Does the Honourable Member agree with me that protection of female members and women who work here is vital, and that the law, as clarified by the Supreme Court ruling, must be followed immediately?
Nick Smith.
Can I thank the Honourable Member for his question? Can I assure him that officials have reviewed the guidance and the policies of the House and consider that the Commission is complying with the law? But we will review the positions once the final EHRC guidance is produced. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Other of the House, Diane Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 10.
Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The forensic accounting research published in 2023 revealed that Queen Anne's bounty was linked with the African chattel enslavement in 2 main ways: significant investment in the South Sea Company and benefactions received from individuals whose income may have derived from slavery. The Fund for Healing, Repair and Justice is the Church Commissioner's response to these findings.
Diane Abbott.
The member for Battersea will be aware that there's a lot of interest in the relationship between the Church and the slave trade. Is she able to say over what period the Church made profits from the slave trade? Is she able to specify the names of the companies it was invested in, even the names of the slave plantations? Is she able to say, is she able to quantify exactly how much money the Church made over the period when it was involved in the slave trade? And is she able to say whether the Church profit from the slave trade is still part of their income today?
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Mother of her House for about 7 or 8 questions in that one. So she will forgive me if I say I would probably write to her on many of those points. But I just want to reiterate the point that the Church received benefaction from individuals who profited from enslavement and invested in the South Sea Company, which was deeply linked with the slave trade. And the Church Commissioners have been investigating its historic links in this area since 2019, and it published a full and transparent report in January of 2023. Now, again, I would be very happy for this document to be shared with my right honourable friend, the Mother of the House, and this can also be placed in the library if helpful as well. And whilst I will write to my right honourable friend, I'm also very happy to meet with her because she shows a keen interest in this area.
Right, we let the front bench change over. Come to the urgent question. Laura Trott.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for Education if she will make a statement on whether the government will be accepting the school teacher review body's pay recommendations for 25-26.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker. My apologies. And might I start by thanking our teachers, leaders, and school staff for all they're doing right now to ensure a successful exam season for students and for all their hard work throughout the year. Rather than scaremongering with fantasy statistics on this side of the House, we're getting on and delivering. We're already seeing positive signs that our plan for change is working. Teacher recruitment is up, 2,000 more people in training than last year. Teacher retention is up. Thousands more teacher forecast to stay in the profession over the next 3 years. This Labour government is getting on and delivering. And that's why, unlike the opposition who last year sat on the STRB report, hid from their responsibility and left it for Labour to sort out, this afternoon we will announce the Teachers' Pay Award, which will be the earliest announcement for a decade, because we understand the importance of giving schools certainty, giving them time to plan their budgets, and ensuring they can recruit and retain the expert teachers our children need. The Secretary of State's written ministerial statement will be coming out this afternoon, showing this Labour government once again is getting on and...
Order. Can I just say, you're granted to UQ. Please wait where you can ask the question. I don't want yourself and Mr Brown to be a bad example of this school class. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, because it is late before the House and it will be coming out this afternoon, showing once again this Labour government is getting on and delivering on our plan for change.
Right, shall the Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, this is absolutely outrageous. It is astonishing that we've had to summon the government to the benches today and they cannot even tell us what the pay rise they're going to get and whether it's going to be funded. That is not allowing us to scrutinise this in this House. The government said they would tax private schools to fund £6,500 more teachers, but the reality is that state schools haven't got any of that money. Instead of that, we've had broken promises on compensating schools for the jobs tax, confirmation from DfE itself that there will be a shortfall in teachers' pay funding that we are not allowed to discuss here today in this urgent question, and uncertainty as to what the actual pay rise is for teachers. It is a disgrace, and it is the opposite of what people who voted for Labour expected. All of this in the final 2 weeks that head teachers up and down the country have to decide whether to make teachers redundant in time for September. In fact, sadly, many schools will have already made the difficult decision to let good teachers go. These are job losses on her watch, due to her inability to provide schools with the clarity that they need. And please, don't just take my word for it. Dan Moynihan from the Harris Federation say they are proposing to make 40 to 45 teachers redundant. John Coles, the Chief Executive of United Learning, who runs 90 state sector academies, said the trusts have been left with a £10.5 million a year of unfunded costs. He said it's no good the Treasury waving their hands and saying efficiency. That will be 400 job losses. Sector-wide, that would extrapolate to ruinous harm in one of the well-functioning public services, tens of thousands of redundancies. Simon Pink, the finance director at the Elliott Foundation, which has 36 primaries, said this is the toughest budget for a generation. And one secondary school head teacher has already had to cut 2 teaching assistant posts and a teacher role due to rising national insurance and anticipated wage rises. Mr. Speaker, what is the pay rise that the government is recommending for teachers? The Prime Minister's spokesman said on the 28th of April that there will be no additional funding for pay. Yesterday, the government started to U-turn on winter fuel. Will she now fully U-turn and fund the national insurance rise and agree to fully fund the pay increases, whatever they are?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Neither I nor any minister in this government will take lessons from the members opposite, who, after 14 long years in power, had still not restored real-term spending in our schools to the level they inherited. The brass neck of the opposition is quite extraordinary. Members opposite would also do well to remember the difficult decisions that this government has had to take because of the utter mess they left behind. She was in the Treasury creating the mess. She knows very well what happened. Recruiting, retaining and supporting expert teachers is central to our vision for delivering high and rising standards in our school. And yet, despite the challenging financial context, years of missed recruitment targets under the previous government, this administration is prioritising education and ensuring every child has access to a high-quality teacher. We are working at pace to ensure excellence for every child, and that's why we do remain committed to our manifesto pledge for 6,500 teachers, and to ensure that it does respond to the demand in secondary schools, special schools and in further education, because we know that high-quality teaching is the in-school factor that has the biggest positive impact on a child's outcomes, breaking down barriers to opportunity for every child. So clearly, recruiting and retaining those high-quality teachers is absolutely central to our vision for delivering high and rising standards. That's why, despite the challenging financial context, years of missed recruitment targets, we're getting on and we're delivering on our plan for change. But she will have to wait, like everybody else, for the statement that she knows is coming this afternoon.
Chair of the Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Teacher pay is absolutely vital for the status of the profession, for quality of life of teachers and for recruitment and retention of the vital, skilled and qualified staff who are the backbone of our education system. It is really important that the government's response this afternoon begins the work of restoring teacher pay after the last 14 years, where we have seen on any objective measure a shocking erosion in teacher pay under the previous government, which has affected recruitment and retention and has had a devastating impact on teacher morale. And the benches opposite would take note, should take note of that, and we would all benefit from a little more humility in the context of the legacy that they left behind. But can I emphasise to the Secretary of State today, and can I press her on the extent to which the pay award will be funded, because we know that there are extensive pressures already on school budgets and schools are very anxious about that matter. And can I also ask her about the question of support staff
pay, and whether the statement this afternoon will include support staff pay, and whether it will also begin the process of restoring that, because we know how vital our teaching assistants and other support staff are in our schools as well.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her very thoughtful contribution? And I do find it somewhat disconcerting that she is being barracked from members opposite when she performs a really important function for this House and is, very assiduous in holding the government to account, and rightly so, that is her role. She quite rightly reflects upon the degradation of teachers' pay over the last 14 years. Indeed, the first thing this government did was get the STRB recommendation from last year out of the drawer and actually process it, something that the last government just hid and, quite frankly, ran away from. We implemented the 5.5% pay award. We absolutely recognise that this is a really important part of ensuring we have the high-quality teachers that we need. The starting salary for teachers is now at least £31,650 outside of London and at least £38,766 in inner London. And we are making progress. We are seeing the green shoots of more teachers joining the profession, more teachers staying in the profession, and we will continue to support that trajectory in any way we can. She rightly draws on the really vital work in schools of support staff too, and the government's approach in respect of that will indeed be confirmed, as will all of the details that the Honourable Lady so keenly anticipates in the written ministerial statement this afternoon.
Munira Wilson, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Each and every week I hear from teachers and school leaders in my own constituency and across the country. In my time in this place, never has their outlook been as gloomy as it is right now.
Absolutely.
After years of underfunding and neglect from the Conservatives, schools now face a double blow of underfunded national insurance increases and unfunded teacher pay rises, if the reports are to be believed. Together, these represent massive cuts to school budgets, and frankly, they expected better from Labour. School governors in my constituency recently told me they are all setting deficit budgets. One described it as beyond imagining.
Yep.
And that's why teachers are so desperately worried, and so are parents, because ultimately, Mr. Speaker, it is our children who will suffer, and the most vulnerable at that. The government's claim that schools can find the money through efficiencies simply doesn't stack up. Budgets are already cut to the bone, with schools relying on Amazon wish lists with parents for the basics such as glue sticks. They're cutting back subjects already, cancelling trips, cutting back on teaching assistants, which means children with SEND suffer the most, and now they are planning redundancies. Budget decisions for next year are already being made. We need urgent clarity if the pay rise will be funded. So will the Minister tell schools across the country where exactly are they expected to find this money?
I thank the Honourable Lady. There was an awful lot of imagining in her statement, and understandably so. Well, less understandably in terms of some of the content of what she said, but indeed the statement is due today, and she will have to await it, as will all members of this House. And indeed those who I know are keenly looking at their schools' budgets and ensuring that they can provide the best education possible. I know that's what schools are focused on doing, and rightly so, and we are focused on supporting them to do that. I would gently remind honourable members opposite that this is the earliest STRB announcement in a decade, because we recognise how important budgeting is for schools, how important it is that they have this information in a timely way that was not respected under the previous government. We want to give this information in good time, the time that we can possibly do in terms of early notice, so that they can plan those excellent outcomes for children that I know schools are striving for. And we will also support schools to use their funding as efficiently as possible. The department has worked on a whole suite of productivity initiatives, support with schools to manage energy costs, to manage banking costs, to minimise any expenditure that should be on the front line supporting children, and that's what we'll continue to do.
See you once.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to reiterate what my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, said, teaching assistants are the glue that keep our classrooms together, and they should be paid adequately. Now, I really am pleased to hear the Minister state that retention is up with 2,000 more teachers in training. As a former teacher myself, I understand that workload, and she will know that workload is often cited as a reason that we don't retain teachers. Marking, lesson planning, admin, data entry, all of these activities keeping teachers away from spending time with their students. So can the Minister update us on what work her department is doing on AI and the rollout of AI in our classrooms to reduce teacher workload and get them in front of students?
I do welcome the really constructive nature of the honourable gentleman's question, because regardless of any announcement this afternoon, we know that schools are working hard to deliver for children, and we know that as a government we need to work our hardest, and we are, to support them to do so. And that means a whole range of productivity that will support teachers with their workload, support schools with their costs, making sure that we do grab the opportunity of technological developments to ensure that any teacher time is maximised with children in the classroom, helping them with their learning, and indeed being supported with technology to maximise that outcome for children. And so we'll continue to work. We are very much looking forward, and unfortunately the benches opposite just seem to constantly be looking back.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think for the government to come here today and say in full knowledge of what their pay rise intentions are, and to refuse to say so until this afternoon to avoid scrutiny is disrespectful to this House, every member, every constituent, every teacher, and if I may say so as well, Mr. Speaker, somewhat cowardly. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, schools across my constituency find themselves short of money to cover the national insurance bills. 5 schools in my constituency that have approached me are £176,000 short between them. Does the Minister know how many schools are short of money to pay the national insurance bill?
On the Honourable Lady's initial comments, there are processes and procedures in this House that we respect, and we respect this House, and we will continue to do so. And there is a process by which this statement and these announcements will be made, and she will have to wait alongside everybody for the process that we adhere to in this House to be administered. On her second question, our funding system, and she should know this, is not designed so that every school and college receives funding which necessarily fully matches their precise spending. As that, including NIC costs, it varies from institution to institution because of the decisions that each school makes on its staffing. So we are providing schools and high needs settings with over £930 million in financial support in 2025-26 to support them with their increased national insurance costs, and that's in addition to the £2.3 billion increase to core school funding that was announced at the autumn budget in 2024, which means that the core schools budget, which includes the core revenue funding for schools and high needs, will total over £64.8 billion in 2025-26, and we will continue to support schools to spend that money in the most effective and productive way possible to maximise outcomes for children, which is our priority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spent most of the last government's time in office scrutinising public spending and grew weary of promises of pay or other impacts of government decisions not matched with budgets in schools and hospitals and elsewhere. I would hope that this government would be very honest about the challenges when things like national insurance and pay increases are made, about the impact on school budgets and not have a headline on one not balanced on the other side with funding. So I hope she's making good arguments in the spending review. And also, could she make sure she's really leaning into the issue of falling roles in London schools, where these, if any hoped for pay rise, very much deserved by teachers, has a double whammy because those school roles are falling and therefore their income is much lower. This has an extra impact on staffing decisions.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question and for the work that she has done in this House over many years, scrutinising government budgets and holding governments to account. And we have the highest respect for schools, for school leaders, for the teachers and the support staff that work within schools. We recognise the challenges that are faced across the public sector in making sure that every public penny that is spent in the most efficient way possible, but also maximises the public benefit as far as possible. We are working incredibly hard in the department, as I know we are across government, to get maximum output for public money that, quite frankly, was the public sector was quite frankly neglected by the previous government over 14 years, and we are picking up the pieces of that, but we will continue to work hard to do so.
Sir Oliver Dalton.
Mr. Speaker, I do have some sympathy for the Honourable Lady, who I have a great deal of respect for, but surely she must feel embarrassed coming before this House, knowing all the answers to these questions and not giving them simply because Number 10 won't let her. And in my constituency, schools are already facing a double whammy from not fully funded increase in costs from national insurance rise and the pressure on places. Now, if this teacher's pay settlement isn't funded in full, surely she will admit this amounts to a cut. Whenever this happened when we were in government, the first thing they would say would be, are you matching it with funding? If you're not, they would scream for blue murder that it amounted to a cut. Will she just admit that if it's not funded, it is a cut to schools?
The Right Honourable Gentleman is rather getting ahead of himself. What I will say to his question, because he was in the last government, and we were left with an appalling inheritance, and we are taking tough decisions to fix the foundations, to bring back stability, because education is a priority for this government. That's why we are rebuilding the crumbling schools that they left. Fiction, crumbling schools. I would speak to the schools that are dealing with the consequences. Rolling out free breakfast clubs, opening up school-based nurseries, and yes, providing £8 billion to give every child the best start in life through high-quality early years and family services that the previous government promised with no money to deliver. So while the benches opposite continue to try and work out what they think, we are getting on with delivering real positive change in our country.
James Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend says, we inherited a recruitment and retention crisis within the teaching industry. I think the NAHT's data says that 1 in 3 teachers leaves within 5 years, and around 1 in 3 head teachers also no longer continues as a head within 5 years. That is a situation we have inherited, not created. And therefore, can I ask the Minister, what is she doing to turn the tide on that recruitment and retention crisis?
We did inherit a dire situation with children not being taught by the expert teachers that they should, and with teachers stretched to the limit, which is why the first thing we did was reset that relationship between government and schools, which for years had been some sort of combat. We want to work with schools. We recognise how hard schools are working to deliver for children. We want to work with them to ensure that we can support in any way we can as a government. And that means having high quality teachers. That means having good quality teacher training. That means supporting teachers to meet the needs of children with special educational needs and disabilities, and support every teacher to be trained in order to do so. It means maximising every pound to go to the front line, to the children, by reducing other costs within schools, and we'll continue to work with schools to do that so that we can ensure that every child has the expert teacher that they deserve and will not be let down anymore like they have been for the last 14 years.
Orlando.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we'd all agree that education is the best investment that any government can make, raising people out of poverty, improving social mobility, improving health outcomes. Sadly, not a priority with the last government, and I welcome the change in tone from the new government, although I think it'll take more than breakfast clubs to fix it. In Devon, the Head Teachers Association have said we are on our knees, and primary schools are consolidating classes because they're having to cut spending. One secondary school in my patch is going to have to pay £95,000 extra for every percentage rise in pay if it is not funded. So if the pay award is not fully funded, can the Minister explain to me exactly where schools are supposed to find this extra money?
Yeah.
The Honourable Lady, as understandably so, given the calling of this urgent question, despite a statement due imminently, is getting ahead of herself. We're doing an awful lot more than breakfast clubs. I mean, I've listed just some of what we're doing, but we are working incredibly hard across the board. And I think that, schools will work very hard to make sure that their budget maximises the outcomes for children, and we'll continue to support them to do that. But that means a department that steps up. It doesn't stand back and criticise, it steps up. It supports help in the buying that schools do, making sure that they're getting the best value for money out of all the purchasing they make. It means supporting them with their maintenance and management within schools. It means supporting with energy costs. We know that energy is a big expenditure for schools, and the department can support with good contracts that get much better value for money for schools. Similarly on banking, similarly on teacher vacancies. Schools can save a significant amount of money using the products that are available from the Department for Education and continuing to do so, and to use the tools that are available to see how they are doing and what other schools are doing well also. We'll continue to support schools to maximise the impact on children.
Can I just say, it's like having a second statement. The answers are getting longer and longer, and I've got to get through because I know we've got a lot of other business. It's important we do get the questions answered quickly, but also, as well, the question is going to be asked now. Then I'm going to have a good example of brief. Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's clearly been some learning loss on the benches opposite because they were late in submitting evidence for 7 years in a row, causing chaos in school budgets. They announced the outcome of the STRB process through written statements to this House, and they shamefully scrapped the school support staff negotiating body. Does she agree that the protestations from the benches opposite will come across to teachers as false and hypocritical, because they are?
I think the honourable gentleman put it very well.
Not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, one of the things that I think we should be proudest of in England is the success of English schools over the last 10 to 14 years. Frankly, the difference in outcome in England from Labour-run Wales or SNP-run Scotland has been really very striking, demonstrating the brilliance of teachers across the United Kingdom, sure, but the different systems that enable those in England to flourish. Now, while I do welcome the fact that she's bringing this statement out early, and I appreciate the work that the government has done on that, I'm afraid I do share with my right honourable friend and my honourable friend who's no longer in her place the frustration that she must appreciate from when she was sitting on these benches only a few months ago, and no doubt will be in only a few years' time. The reality is that it's very, very difficult. That it's very, very difficult to be able to represent those who send us here if we're not given the information. Now, I was sent a letter by Simon Beamish, who runs the Lee Academy Trust, and he's already told me that in schools in West Kent, in my area, they're going to have to make redundancies or make choices based on the unfunded pledges that have already been given. Will she make the commitment that the next pledges will be funded?
Minister, that was a very...
It was a very long statement. It managed to it managed to almost entirely look backwards whilst fantasising about the future. He will receive the information, as will everybody else, when the statement is published at the announced time this afternoon.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I declare an interest as a primary school governor right up until the election, and also as the chair for the APPG for schools. It is quite shocking, really, to hear from the opposition benches protestations about school funding, given the absolute dire state they left school funding in after 14 years of Conservative government. When I speak to school leaders in my constituency, they do tell me of the real and lasting struggles they've had to balance their budgets. So I understand that the Minister can't speak today about the outcome of the review until the statement, but I wonder if she can give us some more information more broadly about conversations she's had as part of the spending review, so that we can get the funding we need to invest in schools and turn around the dire state that we inherited.
Can I take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to school governors? The Honourable Gentleman mentioned that he had been a governor up until the election. We really are grateful to school governors for everything they do on a voluntary basis to support schools to be as good as they can be. And as a government, we will always work with them and schools to support improving outcomes for children. And we will do everything we can as a department within the incredibly tight fiscal constraints that we have inherited as a government. We are committed to our public services that we know will transform the lives of children and indeed everybody in this country, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, in her response to my honourable friend, the member for Twickenham, referred to imaginings, but I don't think it's imaginings to suggest that the Secretary of State, in her response to the STRB, said that some efficiency savings would have to be found in schools to meet the additional costs. Earlier on this week, I met with a round table of head teachers from my constituency in Chelmsford and beyond. Now, the Minister also said just now about fantasising about the future. Is she really telling me that those head teachers are fantasising about the future when they told me that they're having to make cuts already to staffing numbers for next September, and then one head teacher told me that just one or two things more need to go wrong and they are on the brink of collapse? Is she saying that they are fantasising about the future?
No.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, I'm getting confused. The Minister said no, sat down, you stood up. Had you not finished, Minister?
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
No, for my benefit, thank
Apologies,
you.
Mr. Speaker. No. We recognise how important it is for schools to plan their budgets. We know that they are keenly awaiting the announcement this afternoon. That's why we have made the announcement as quickly as possible and much quicker than any point over the last 10 years, and we will continue to work with schools to help them deliver for the children in their care, and that we know that is their priority, and it's our priority too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 14 years, I saw my profession treated like dirt by the party opposite, undervalued, underpaid and undermined at every single turn. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that not only should we be paying our teachers fairly, we should be treating them with respect, and the only decent teacher recruitment the party opposite did was recruiting former teachers to these benches?
The Honourable Gentleman quite rightly remarks on his service as a teacher, and that it is incredibly valued. And I think the one message we want to send to the schools system is the extent to which we do value teachers. We value head teachers that support their schools to thrive. We support the support staff that are the beating heart of schools in every community, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The schools in my constituency tell me that any efficiencies they could possibly have made have already been made, and therefore the results of what the Minister is announcing. A national insurance that's underfunded, and this unfunded, welcome but unfunded, increase in teacher pay can only mean that teacher numbers are cut. And as the father of a primary school teacher who works really hard and is absolutely committed, that impacts on me personally, and it will impact on every child and every parent in my constituency. Isn't that the reality? And shouldn't the government be upfront and admit that this will mean that teachers will lose their jobs?
The honourable gentleman will have to wait for the statement this afternoon to know the details of what the government is proposing. But he really should have more awareness of the situation that teachers and schools and indeed our entire public sector have faced over the last 14 years. We are working hard to clean up the mess and will continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also declare that I am a school governor. In South and Eastern Rochford, I spent many months sort of meeting teachers and governors and stakeholders within the community. So I welcome the government's announcement of 2,000 additional teachers. Can the Minister tell us how the government is turning the tide in the crisis of teacher recruitment and retention, which we know reached unprecedented levels over the last decade?
I thank the honourable gentleman. This really is a key priority for us, making sure that we have the teaching workforce that we know children deserve, but also that we know teachers deserve too. They deserve to have a full fleet of teachers teaching the specialist subjects that they love and that they are committed to and trained to teach. We also know that it is key to unlocking the outcomes for children to have good qualified teachers in every classroom, and that's what we're legislating to achieve as well. And we also know it's key for children who have additional learning needs or disabilities to make sure that every teacher is a teacher of special educational needs and disabilities, so that more children can be educated in their local school with their peers, getting the outcomes that they deserve.
Colin Milne.
I was a school governor for 13 years and served as a finance governor, so I know these issues well, and I want to draw the Minister's attention to the plight of small rural primary schools. In my constituency of Bristol and Woodstock, there are many, and they are really up against it in the costs that they have to face. 86% of the budget in the school that I served was spent on staffing. So seeing a significant unfunded increase in that staffing, whether it's through national insurance or salary contributions, has a huge impact. Yeah. Will the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss sparsity funding and the equalisation of per capita funding so that primary schools in small rural areas are not so serially disadvantaged?
Yeah. Can I thank him for his thoughtful question and also his years of service as a governor. Indeed, I can't reiterate any more how much we value the work that governors do in schools, and we need more people to step up and have the rewarding opportunity to support schools in that capacity. He rightly raises challenges that we know differ across schools, which is why the school funding isn't uniform across schools. It varies according to circumstances, and we are looking at the funding formula to make sure that it does allocate that resource where it is most needed, where it can give the greatest outcome and the greatest benefit.
Rachel Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rather than the synthetic outrage by the former Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who resided in a government which brought cuts to schools, I really do welcome the fact that this government is serious about addressing the regression teachers faced in their pay, but also support staffs pushed onto minimum wage. I trust that in this statement there will be sufficiency in funding for schools, but will she also get a grip of chief executive pay, which is escalating in double figures, meanwhile they've got six-figure salaries. So it's really important that they're not taking more out of the funds, which needs to be invested in those children's education.
Minister.
The Honourable Lady speaks with great insight. I know she cares passionately about these issues of maximising the outcomes for children, and I know that every school leader will want to ensure that any decisions they make on pay, indeed at any level within a school, but particularly at the senior level, that they will be prioritising the children and the outcomes for them in any of those decisions that they make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Schools in my Huntingdon constituency are telling me they're struggling with serious pressure being put on their staffing budgets, not only by the national insurance contribution increase, but also exacerbated by the appallingly slow approval rate of SENIF and EHCPs by now Lib Dem run Cambridgeshire County Council. What is the Minister doing to address that extra strain on staffing costs and ensuring that schools are properly resourced to have the right level of staff to allow teachers to give the best education to all children, rather than forcing efficiency savings that will make their job even harder and possibly even ultimately put children at risk?
The honourable gentleman raises a really important point and has done so very thoughtfully and constructively, because we recognise that whilst there is synthetic outrage from some parts of the benches opposite, we recognise that schools are grappling with ensuring the greatest outcomes for their budget, and that is a challenge that they rise to year on year, and it's a challenge that we will continue to set, because we won't shy away from ensuring that every public penny that is spent delivers on the front line for children, delivers for teachers, that we have them in the right capacity within our school, but also that they have the training to support children with special educational needs. We are determined that more children get that education with their peers in a mainstream setting, but we recognise the schools need support to deliver that, and we are working on reforms at pace, whilst getting on with also delivering a whole range of interventions for schools to support them in making progress already.
Mr. Speaker, I hadn't planned to speak on this statement, but I have to say I was pretty surprised by the tone the opposition struck. I'll never forget doing my PGC and finding one of my professional mentors, a teacher for years, crying at her desk because of the pressures that they put her under, and many teachers across our country. Isn't it the case that they left our teachers overstretched and undervalued, and this is a government that is taking a different approach?
I couldn't put it better myself.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has admitted that not all schools will be fully funded, but blames that on choices the school have made about their staff. Does the Minister accept that schools cannot fully control the profile of their staff? That in some cases, as in a letter I've written to the Minister, that schools make choices to pay people in higher bands because of the increasingly high level of needs that they're being expected to support? And will she meet with me to discuss how she will protect those schools that have particularly high staffing budgets from having to make excessive cuts?
I'm not really sure about the premise of the Honourable Lady's question, or what she thinks may or may not have been said ahead of a written ministerial statement that is due to be published at 1 p.m. today. What I have made clear is that schools are not funded in a uniform manner, but are funded according to a whole range of requirements that they may have within their school population and within their local area, and it's a complex formula, and it's intended to ensure fairness across the school funding system, but indeed we are looking at it to ensure that it is as fair as it can be, but that is it's not without its complexity, so we're taking the time to get that right, and we'll continue to do so, because we recognise that schools do need the autonomy to decide how they spend their budget, how they best deploy their resources, how they best maximise the outcomes for children from the resources that are allocated by the government. But we do recognise that they need support to do that as well, and we will continue to ensure that they have the tools available to maximise their outcomes for children.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I declare my interest as a very proud father of Rosie, a foundation stage teacher. This government, Mr. Speaker, showed what Labour is about when it came in and immediately awarded above inflation 5.5 rise to start clawing back the demeaning and disrespectful public sector cuts of around 20% in real terms delivered by the Tories. The Government 2.8 submission to the peer review body is below the latest current rate of inflation and is not funded through additional finance and will come at the expense of other provision. It's been reported that the school teachers peer review body is recommending close to 4%. So will the Government commit to a long-term plan of restoring teachers' pay in real terms and address the recruitment and retention crisis in education?
He tempts me down all sorts of paths of anticipating the statement that is due later, but he quite rightly recognises the importance of ensuring that teachers are recognised, are valued, are rewarded, that we do have sufficient teachers that we have an attractive profession, that bright people like Rosie want to join, want to contribute to, and will continue to work to deliver that for the children and the schools in this country.
Speaker, one of the biggest drivers of satisfaction of any profession is where the settlement meets inflation and expectations of inflation. What assurance can the Minister give the House on whether the settlement that is announced later today will take account of the vastly higher inflation rate than would have been anticipated when this settlement was actually resolved?
I'm afraid the member will have to wait for the statement this afternoon. I appreciate it is keenly anticipated, but we are committed to ensuring schools can deliver for children. That is our top priority.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to declare an interest that I'm the son of a teacher. I know that while the Tories often wax lyrical about how business adds value to our economy, which of course it does, they often omit to say that it is our teachers who educate those who go on to work in business, and they add huge value, and it should be the most esteemed of professions. So can the Minister explain how Labour is overturning the teacher recruitment and retention crisis that we inherited from the party opposite?
He's absolutely right to identify that we inherited a crisis. We inherited a teaching profession in crisis. We immediately, on entering government, instituted the 5.5% pay award. We continue to support teachers to manage, schools to find ways to support teachers in managing workload, in managing well-being, in making teaching the attractive profession it should be that, as he rightly points out, is the springboard to so many bright futures for children, but we want to ensure that's for every child, excellence for every child, not just some children, as we've seen over the last 14 years.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Education questions. I raised concerns from head teachers in Basildon and Billericay about school funding, and also directly questions from school support staff already being told they're being made redundant because of the National Insurance Jobs Tax. Can the Minister explain to them and to me why this government has gone back on its promise to ensure that all the costs of the jobs tax will be covered by this government?
The government has, as I've already set out, has given a significant settlement in recognition of the national insurance costs. We'll continue to work with schools to ensure that they can deliver for children in their areas, and we'll continue to listen to the sector as well to ensure that we work in partnership to deliver for children, a partnership that was sadly lacking in the last 14 years, and he was very much part of a government that delivered on the desperate situation that we have found schools and teachers to be in, and one that we are working very hard to turn around.
John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 6 months, I've visited most of the schools in my constituency of Horsham, and the message I am getting loud and clear is that they are on the brink, especially over SEND provision, which threatens to throw into sharp reverse any progress in educational standards. I asked the government to be honest about the real state of funding, and that we don't make statements that are not fully funded, and that applies to existing services such as SEND provision and the cost of school dinners. I do hold the new government to a higher standard, and I ask her to be completely honest about the real state of affairs. Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman and recognise the challenges that he sees within the school system. We did without doubt inherit a SEND crisis. It was described by the previous Secretary of State for Education as lose, lose, lose. And she wasn't wrong. And we are working at pace to fix it. And we recognise that schools are grappling with many challenges, and we'll continue to support them to do that, because we know that that is how we deliver for the children in this country, which is what we are committed to do.
The honourable members just walked right across. I can't believe that. Please. The Minister was answering. We're not going to have an argument. As a member of the panel, I hope that you would respect the rules better of the House. Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm full of admiration for all the hard-working teachers across the Mid-Buckinghamshire constituency and indeed across the whole country, and should say my sister-in-law is a secondary school English teacher. But I have no doubt that every single teacher and head teacher, either watching this live or watching it back later, their jaws will have been on the floor to hear the Minister say that she wants to give them time to plan but won't tell them what funding settlement they are actually going to get to pay for it. It is inconceivable that she doesn't know the answer to those questions for a statement to be published at 1 o'clock. So perhaps she can answer. Is it, as my right honourable friend for Hertsmere said, that Number 10 have told her not to? Or perhaps better still, is it because the department is in a live negotiation, or some might say row, with the Treasury to try and get that settlement for our teachers?
What a ridiculous question. And as somebody who has a family member who is a teacher, he should have more respect for their profession, for the work that they do, and also more acknowledgement of the fact that we are delivering the planning time for schools in terms of their budgeting way above anything his government delivered in the last 10 years.
John O'Maynard.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister and many in the Chamber have mentioned teaching support staff. They make up half of the school workforce, yet have no statutory pay body to represent them, and many support staff are left without a voice in discussions on their pay, terms and working conditions. I hear this time and time again in my Witney constituency and schools throughout that. Will the Minister give assurances that the school support staff will get a fair pay deal in this written ministerial statement?
Yeah.
He is right that the pay negotiations for support staff are as part of the National Joint Council for Local Government Services. We recognise the challenge that he also identifies, which is why we have legislated for the school support staff negotiating body to be re-established, which the last government abolished, to ensure that support staff do have that strong voice as part of these conversations, because we recognise that strong role that they have within our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take this opportunity to raise the concerns about our further education college teachers, because there's a real shortage of skilled workers in this country, and one of the reasons for that, we have an undervaluing and in turn underinvestment on our FE college teachers. In fact, they are paid £9,000 less than their peers, and no wonder 50% of them leave within the first 3 years of employment. So does the Minister recognise the vital role of our FE college teachers in our education system, and will they be in the government's plans for a fairer and better future for everybody? Thank you, Minister.
We absolutely recognise the vital role that all of those who work with 16 to 19-year-olds, whether that's in a school setting, whether that's in a college, in an FE setting, and to ensure that they are respected and valued, and really do provide that springboard for young people, or indeed people of all ages as well, to launch into their future careers, and we'll continue to recognise and support the sector.
Richard Ford.
The Minister mentioned the maintenance contracts and the DfE support for them. Schools have seen steep increases in the costs of sustaining themselves. One school leader in Devon who I spoke with said the costs of maintaining grounds, bins and toilets grew by 69% over the last 4 years. Given that schools' budgets have barely grown over that period, does the Minister really expect that staff pay rises will come out of existing school budgets?
The honourable gentleman again tempts me into issues that may well be addressed in the statement that is due very shortly. And he also recognises that schools have a whole range of costs to manage, and as a department we absolutely want to maximise every penny that schools have to minimise those outlays that may not be reaching the children, or indeed the front line of those who work with the children, and we'll continue to do that. And there is a whole range of tools available at the department, and we really encourage schools to use the tools that are available to manage their budgets and support really smart accounting in any way they can to maximise the impact that they can have for the children in their schools.
Jim Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for her answers to the UQ this morning? I think nobody can doubt the Minister's commitment to finding the change that is needed and necessary to keep the schools working and keep the teachers in place. To be helpful always, as I try to in the Chamber if I can, in relation to the questions, having come through a period of teachers' strike action in Northern Ireland, which led to years of no school inspections and classroom practices altered, there is a need to re-engage with teachers. The Minister knows well that engaging with teachers at all stages is essential, as the losers are undoubtedly the parents and of course the pupils. And how will the Minister ensure that a spirit of cooperation in the practices for in-depth education, which we all hope will be reciprocated by unions and senior leadership teams within all of the schools? Thank you.
The honourable gentleman is indeed always helpful and thoughtful in his contributions. And as a department, we inherited a school system that was in crisis. School buildings crumbling, teachers leaving in their droves, children not getting the start in life that they deserve. So we are working along a number of fronts, but we recognise, indeed, these are not outcomes the government can deliver. We need to deliver them in partnership with schools, with teachers, with those that represent them, and we speak and work regularly right across the board to maximise those outcomes for children, which I know he shares our determination to see across the country.
That completes the urgent question. Relevant to this.
It is relevant.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on in this session, the Minister said, and I'm sure this was an innocent verbal slip, that funding had remained below 2010 levels. But according to the widely respected Institute for Fiscal Studies, coming on the back of an 11% real terms increase in spending per pupil between 1920 and 24-25, this allows spending per pupil to return to and exceed its previous high point in 2010. How can we encourage the rapid correction of the record when innocent mistakes are made?
I think you've just corrected the record, as it's not a point of order. I think we can leave it at that unless the Minister wants to come back. If not, let the front benches change it. Right, we come to the statement. Lord Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will make a statement on sentencing in England and Wales. As the House will be aware, the Independent Sentencing Review was published today. It was chaired by the Right Honourable David Gauke. His panel comprised experts, including a former Lord Chief Justice and representatives from the police, prisons, probation and victims' rights organisations. The Government is grateful for its recommendations. I will ensure a copy is deposited in the libraries of both houses, and today I will set out our in-principle response. But first, it is essential that we set this review in its proper context. A year ago today, the party opposite called an election. They did so because they were confronted by the prospect of prisons about to collapse. Rather than confront their failure, they chose to hide it and hoodwink the public into re-electing them. It didn't work, but their legacy lives on. Our prisons are, once again, running out of space, and it is vital that the implications are understood. If our prisons collapse, courts are forced to suspend trials. The police must halt their arrests. Crime goes unpunished, and criminals run amok and chaos reigns. We face the breakdown of law and order in this country. It is shameful that in this day and age we are confronted by this crisis once more. The reasons are clear. The last government added just 500 places to our prison estate, while at the same time sentence lengths rose. And as a result, the prison population is now rising by 3,000 each year, and we are heading back towards zero capacity. It now falls to this government to end this cycle of crisis. That starts by building prisons. Since taking office, we have opened 2,400 places. Last week, I announced an additional £4.7 billion for prison building, putting us on track to hit 14,000 by 2031, the largest expansion since the Victorian era. This investment is necessary, Mr. Speaker, but not sufficient. We cannot build our way out of this crisis. Despite building as quickly as we can, demand for places will outstrip supply by 9,500 in early 2028. And that is why I commissioned the sentencing review. Its task was clear. This country must never run out of prison places again. There must always be space for dangerous offenders. At the same time, the review was tasked with addressing the fact that our prisons too often create better criminals, not better citizens. Instead of cutting crime, they are breeding grounds of it. The reviewers have followed the evidence and the example of countries around the world. Today, I present an initial response with further detail to follow once legislation is placed before the House. Let me start with the report's central recommendation: the move to a three-part sentence called the earned progression model, which the government accepts in principle. Under this model, an offender will not necessarily leave prison at an automatic point. Instead, their release date will be determined by their behaviour. If they follow prison rules, they will earn earlier release. If they do not, they will be locked up for longer. This echoes the model I witnessed in Texas earlier this year, which cut crime and brought their prison population under control. Under this new model, offenders serving standard determinate sentences with an automatic release of 40 or 50% will now earn their release. The earliest possible release will be 1/3, with additional days added for bad behaviour. The review suggests a new maximum of 50%. But for those who behave excessively badly, I will not place an upper limit. For those currently serving standard determinate sentences with an automatic release point of 67%, their earliest possible release will be 50%. And again, for those who behave excessively badly, I will not place an upper limit. David Gork also suggests those serving extended determinate sentences should also earn an earlier release. This we will not accept. Judges give extended sentences to those they consider dangerous, with no parole board hearing until 2/3 of time served, and I will not change that. I can also confirm no sentences being served for terror offences will be eligible for earlier release from prison. In the second part of the progression model, offenders will enter a period of intensive supervision. This will see more offenders tagged and close management from probation. The government will therefore significantly increase its funding. By the final year of the spending review period, an annual £1.6 billion will rise by up to £700 million, allowing us to tag and monitor tens of thousands more offenders. If offenders do not comply with the conditions of their release, the sentencing review has suggested that recall to prison should be capped at 56 days. We have agreed to this policy in principle, though the precise details will be placed before the House when we legislate. In the final stage of the three-part sentence, offenders could still be recalled if a new offence is committed, and I will also ensure that the most serious offenders continue to be subject to strict conditions. The review also recommends a reduction in short prison sentences. A compelling case for doing so has been proposed in this House many times. In the most recent data, nearly 60% of those receiving a 12-month sentence reoffended within a year. With reoffending rates for community punishment consistently lower, we must ask ourselves whether alternative forms of punishment would make the public safer. It is important, however, to note that the review recommends a reduction in short sentences, not abolition. It is right that judges retain the discretion to hand them down in exceptional circumstances. In considering exceptional circumstances, we will continue to ensure courts have access to thorough risk assessments for domestic abuse and stalking cases, and breaches of protective orders linked to violence against women and girls will be excluded. The review also recommends an extension of suspended sentences from 2 to 3 years. In this period, the prospect of prison time hangs over an offender should they break any conditions imposed upon them, and we accept this recommendation. The recommendation set out above will see more community punishment, Mr. Speaker, and for that reason, it is essential that it works. The review recommends a series of measures to make community punishment tougher and to force offenders to pay back to those they have harmed. We will consider new financial penalties, which could see offenders' assets seized, even if they are not knowingly linked to crime, and expanded use of punishments like travel and driving bans, which would curtail offenders' liberty. We accept a recommendation to expand intensive supervision courts. These impose tough conditions, including treatment requirements that tackle the root causes of prolific offending. Offenders are brought before a judge regularly to monitor compliance, and the prospect of prison hangs over them like a sword of Damocles. But I believe community punishment must be tougher still. Unpaid work must pay back. So I will shortly bring together business leaders to explore a model where offenders work for them with a salary paid not to the offender but made for the good of victims. I will also work with local authorities to determine how unpaid work teams could give back to their communities, be that filling potholes or cleaning rubbish. Mr. Speaker, I also invited David Gauke to consider cohorts of offenders this government believes require particular focus. I welcome his recommendations on female offenders. Approximately 2/3 of these receive short sentences, around the same number of victims of domestic abusers. And I am pleased to say the review's recommendation on short, deferred and suspended sentences will reduce the number of women in prison. I also asked David Gauke to consider how we tackle foreign national offenders. Today, our deportation rate is ahead of the last government. I welcome the recommendations to make it quicker and easier to deport foreign criminals. Under the existing scheme, they are sent back to their country of origin after serving 15% of the custodial sentence. We will bring this down to 30%. We will also conduct further work with the Home Office on how we can deport foreign prisoners serving less than 3 years as soon as possible after their sentencing. I also asked the review to consider how we manage sex offenders. The review has recommended we continue a pilot of so-called medication to manage problematic sexual arousal. I will go further, with a national rollout beginning in 2 regions covering 20 prisons, and I am exploring whether mandating the approach is possible. Of course, it is vital that this approach is taken alongside psychological interventions that target other causes of offending, like asserting power and control. Mr. Speaker, when discussing sentencing, it is too easy to focus on how we punish offenders when we should talk more about victims. Everything I'm announcing today is in pursuit of a justice system that serves victims. If our prisons collapse, it is victims who pay the price. And by cutting reoffending, we will have fewer victims in future. But there is also more we must do to support victims today. The review recommends a number of important measures, including better identifying domestic abusers at sentencing so that we can monitor and manage them more effectively. And I would like to pay tribute to those who have campaigned on this, particularly the Honourable Member for Eastbourne. I also welcome the recommendation to expand the use of domestic abuse specialist courts, where trained staff support victims. To improve transparency in the system, we will extend a pilot of free sentencing transcripts for victims of rape and serious sexual offences. But I also want to go further than the review recommends to better support victims. Exclusion zones are an important tool preventing offenders from entering areas that their victims might be. But these place greater limits on victims than they do offenders. And I want to change this, locking offenders down to specific locations so victims know they are safe wherever else they want to go. Mr. Speaker, this review sets out major reform. I know its recommendations will not be welcomed by all. By appointing David Gauke, a former Conservative Lord Chancellor, I hope to show that two politicians from different traditions can agree on the reform our justice system requires. I don't expect those opposite to join with me to solve this crisis. In fact, I can hear their sound bites already. Just build faster, they will say. Well, we're building faster than them. We have already added 2,400 places and are now investing £4.7 billion more. Just deport more foreign criminals, they will say. Well, we're ahead of where they were, and today we have accepted major reform to go further and faster. Clear the court's backlog, they will say, despite having created it themselves. Well, we're investing more in our courts than they ever did, and we are ready to embrace once-in-a-generation reform to deliver swifter justice for victims. While we are doing more on each of these than they ever did, these are not solutions that rise to the scale of the crisis that they left behind. We must build prisons on a historic scale, deport foreign national offenders faster than ever, and speed up our courts. Yet still, despite all that, we must reform sentencing too. So, more in hope than expectation, despite, not because of experience, and by appealing to the better angels of their nature, if they have any, I end by inviting those opposite to help us fix the crisis that they left behind. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Lord Chancellor Robert.
Mr. Speaker, today is about one question. Should violent and prolific criminals be on the streets or behind bars? I think they should be behind bars. For all the Justice Secretary's rhetoric, the substance of her statement could not be clearer. She's okay. Her party is okay with criminals terrorising our streets and tormenting our country. The truth is this. Any government...
Order. I thought people had come to listen to the statement, and I expect them to listen. I expected this front bench to be quiet. I certainly expect better from this front bench.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is this. Any government serious about keeping violent criminals behind bars, any government willing to do whatever it took, could obviously find and build prison cells required to negate the need for these disastrous changes. What do the changes amount to?
Mr. Swallow, you're getting very excited. You're telling me how good of a school teacher you are. This is a very bad example of it. Robert Jenrick.
What do these changes amount to? A get-out-of-jail-free card for dangerous criminals. Has the Justice Secretary even gone through a court listing recently? Pick one. Anywhere in our country. Those currently going to jail for 12 months or less are not angels. They're Adam Gregory in Caen, who got 12 months for sexually assaulting his partner. Vinnie Nolan, who got 12 months for breaking someone's jaw. Sean Lardley, 10 months for beating his partner. Or Paul Morris, who got 6.5 months for shoplifting 36 times. Her plan is to let precisely these criminals loose. It's a recipe for a crime wave. And what about the Justice Secretary's plan for most criminals going to jail to serve just 1/3 of their prison sentence there? For her slashing of sentences across the board, discounts so big they'd make Aldi and Lidl blush. I'd call it a joke, Mr. Speaker, if the consequences for the public weren't so terrifying. In fact, it gets worse, because criminals who plead guilty, and most do, already get a 1/3 cut in their sentence. So under her scheme, a burglar who pleads guilty to an 18-month headline term would spend just 1/5 of that term in jail. Barely 11 weeks. 11 weeks for smashing through a family's door, storming through a child's bedroom looking for valuables, leaving them traumatised for life. Is this the Justice Secretary's idea of justice for victims? The least she could do is here and now guarantee that violent criminals, domestic abusers, stalkers, sexual assaulters won't be eligible for any discount in their sentence. Will she commit to that? And if, Mr. Speaker, if not prison, what's the plan to punish these criminals and to keep the public safe? Well, the Justice Secretary says it's digital prisons. As she puts it, prison outside of prison. Words that lead most people in this country to conclude the Justice Secretary is out of her mind. I'm all for technology, but tags are not iron bars. They can't stop your child being stabbed on their walk home from school, or a shop being ransacked time and time again, or a domestic abuser returning to their victim's front door.
Can I just say, out from my, I don't think it's the language we should be using. I'm sure the Secretary would like to reflect on that.
Of course, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Justice's own pilot scheme found 71% of tagged offenders breached their curfew. When it comes to stopping reoffending, tags are about as useful as smoke alarms are at putting out bonfires. What is the Justice Secretary going to say when she meets the victims of offenders that she let off? How is she going to look them in the eye and say with a straight face, "I'm sorry"? We're looking into how this criminal escaped from their digital prison cell. Mr. Speaker, her reforms are a recipe for carnage. I urge the Justice Secretary to change course, to make different choices. Yes, choices. Choices we knew they would make from the day the Prime Minister handpicked Lord Timpson as Prisons Minister, a man who's on the record saying a lot of people in prison shouldn't be there. 2/3 of them, in fact, he said, that they'd been there for far too long. The Labour Party are clearly ideologically opposed to prison, which is why they're letting criminals off with a get-out-of-jail-free card, rather than deporting the 10,800 foreign national offenders in our prisons. 1 in every 8 cells, and it's rising under her watch. If she's actually serious about keeping violent criminals off our streets and finding the cells that are needed, will she bring forward legislation tomorrow, disapply the Human Rights Act that is stopping us from swiftly deporting foreign national offenders? Mr. Speaker, there are 17,800 prisoners on remand, awaiting trial. Again, that figure has risen under the Justice Secretary. In fact, her own department's figures forecast that it could rise to as many as 23,600. Is she serious? Will she commit to taking up the Lady Chief Justice's request for extra court sitting days to hear those cases and free prison spaces? Mr. Speaker, if she's serious, will she commit, here and now, to building more than the meagre 250 rapid deployment cells her prison capacity strategy says she's planning to build this year? They have been built in 7 months before, and they can be built even faster. If she was serious, she would commit to striking deals with the 14 European countries who have spare prison capacity, renting their cells from them at an affordable price, as Denmark is doing with Kosovo. Mr. Speaker, between 1993 and 1996, her beloved Texas, the state she modelled these reforms on, a state that, by the way, has an incarceration rate 5 times higher than that of the United Kingdom, built 75,000 extra cells. If the government was serious, why can't they build 10,000 in a similar time period? Mr. Speaker, Labour aren't serious about keeping hyper-prolific offenders behind bars. In fact, there's nothing in the Justice Secretary's statement on locking them up or cutting crime, because their party doesn't believe in punishing criminals, and it doesn't really believe in prison. The radical, terrible changes made today, cloaked in necessity, but the root of them is their ideology, and it's the public who are going to be paying the price for her weakness.
Lord Chancellor.
Very much of a shout.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Minister opposite talked about serious government. If his government that he was a part of had ever been serious, they would have built more than 500 prison places in 14 years in office. He is a new convert to the prison building cause. He and his party have never stood up in this chamber and apologised for only adding 500 places.
I want the same respect from this side as well.
If I was waiting for...
We understand each other.
Speaker, if I was waiting for respect from the members opposite, I'd be waiting a long time. It's a good job I don't need it. Mr. Speaker, he talked about iron bars, but he was part of a government that did not build the prison places that this country needs. Unlike him, I take responsibility, and it has fallen to me to clean up the mess he and his party left behind. Let me spell out for him, Mr. Speaker, in case there is any confusion of what happens when he and his party leave our prison system on the brink of collapse, which is exactly what they did, and the prospect that faced me on day one when I walked in to the Justice Department. When prisons are on the verge of collapse, Mr. Speaker, you basically only really have two choices left at your disposal. You either shut the front door in or you have to open the back door out. His party knew that that is the situation that they were confronted with, but did they make any decisions? No, they just decided to call an election instead. They did a runner, and the public put them in their current position. And if they ever want to get out of that position, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest they start by reckoning with the reality of their own track record in office. It should, in any other reality, have started already with an apology. Many times the members opposite have had a chance to apologise to the country for leaving our prisons on the point of absolute collapse, and they have never taken it. And Mr. Speaker, frankly, that tells you everything anyone needs to know about the modern Conservative Party.
Committee on the slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the report on the government's response? It's a comprehensive and measured response to the prisons crisis, as one would expect from David Gauke, and in contrast to the hysterical nonsense we've heard from the opposition today. I particularly welcome the additional resources for probation and electronic monitoring to enable robust punishment and control in the community as an alternative to custody. But even the aggregate effect of the measures in the report will only stabilise the prison population over the longer term. Does my right honourable friend agree that we also need effective rehabilitation to end the cycle of reoffending if we're to see a fall in historically high prison numbers?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend, the Chair of the Justice Select Committee. Let me be clear, we will be adding prison places to the estate, and we will be filling them up. The prison population will rise year on year by the end of this Parliament, but he is right that the measures we've announced today do stabilise the prison population. We will have to, as a whole country, do better on making sure that our prisons are churning out better citizens rather than the better criminals at present. When we know that 80% of offenders are reoffenders, clearly there is much work to be done in this area.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Judge Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by saying that it is an absolute honour to be able to share with my mum, who's a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of a former partner, that campaigning fuelled by our harrowing experiences at home all those years ago and the experiences of many other survivors across the country has contributed to the government heeding our calls to better identify domestic abuse in the criminal justice system. This increased visibility and the interventions that it will inform to patch up what was an outrageous gap in the system stands to protect victims and survivors across the country, and I sincerely thank the government for listening to us on this point. My party and I will hold the government to account on the implementation of this, and we would like to get clarity on the record that the new identifier would mean that the government could be empowered to exclude domestic abusers from, for example, an SDS 40 early release scheme, and that partners using Clare's law would see offences flagged as domestic abuse in light of this. And something that must be said is that it is absolutely appalling that the Shadow Justice Secretary has just tried to play politics with domestic abusers. He says that this government wants to let domestic abusers out early. What he fails to remember is that the end of custody supervised licence scheme under the Conservative government from October to June last year released 10,083 offenders early with no exclusions for domestic abusers. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that it is critical that this government provides more support for domestic abusers from for domestic abuse victims from the likes of their abusers in a way that this last government failed to on their watch?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his remarks. I'd expect nothing less than holding us fully to account for these changes, and I look forward to working collaboratively where possible on these measures as we move forward. And I pay tribute once again to him and to his family and to his mum for the campaigning that they've done on the identification of cases arising from domestic abuse being flagged properly within our justice system. The new identifier will develop over time, and I'm sure it will inform future policy decisions made by governments of all stripes. But it is an important start point, and we are very happy to accept the recommendation, and we will move at pace so that we can make sure we deliver it. And just on Clare's law, those cases will be covered by the new measure. And in terms of more support for victims of domestic abuse, we're very keen to take forward the review's recommendation on the specialist courts because we think they have a particularly important role to play. And as I said in my speech, on the measures relating to the presumption against short sentences, we will make sure there is an exclusion relating to breaches of orders, which we know is a matter of particular concern for victims of domestic abuse. And I will engage with members across the House on where we can make further progress as well.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I put my question to my right honourable friend, may I give the Shadow Justice Minister a reality check? Under his previous government, 98% of reported rape cases went completely unpunished. Under the Conservative government, rape was effectively legalised, so a little bit of humility won't go amiss. 1 in 5 adults in this country will experience domestic abuse in their lifetime. Could the Honourable Lady please explain how domestic abuse victims will be protected under these new measures?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I would repeat the point that I've made to the Lib Dem spokesperson, the member for Eastbourne. We will make sure that we know that there is a particular concern around the presumption against short sentences and what that might have meant for breaches of protective orders, which we know is an issue of real concern for domestic abuse victims. We want to make sure that those orders are not rendered useless because they are not seeing any prison time at all, and we know that the specific circumstances surrounding this type of violence against women need a very specific response, and that is why we've already said we'll make that exclusion, and I will work with members across the House to think about where we can make further progress.
Dame Caroline Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome what the Minister said about female offenders, but I'd like to know a little bit more, please. Hope Street in Hampshire offers residential alternatives to custody for women and has remarkable results, and of course prevents them from being separated from their children, which drives that kind of intergenerational cycle of offending behaviour, trauma and cost to society. So do the proposals include any plans to set up more Hope Street style facilities across the rest of the country?
I thank the Honourable Lady. She raises a really important point. The combination of the measures that we are accepting from the review will mean that we see a huge reduction in the number of women going to prison. Approximately 2/3 go in for sentences of less than 1 year. She will know many of those women are victims of domestic abuse themselves. In future, we expect the numbers to drop very, very significantly, and I know we will make progress in that regard. I set out an ambition to see fewer women prisoners and ultimately to have fewer women's prisons. On the residential alternatives to custody, she'll know I've set up the Women's Justice Board. It is well represented, including from those who have personal experience of Hope Street, and we will work with the Women's Justice Board as we roll out further changes to the female estate.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Justice Secretary if, despite what the Shadow Justice Secretary said about this putting domestic abusers and rapists out on the street, she can just absolutely cut through the rhetoric and fear-mongering from the opposite side to be clear that you have put the victims of sexual abuse and domestic abuse at the heart of it, and they will be protected, and those abusers and perpetrators will not benefit from the early release scheme.
So let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all dangerous offenders, those who receive an extended determinate sentence, and that will include some of the serious offenders that she is referring to, will be excluded from this scheme. All other offenders receiving a standard determinate sentence will be within the earned progression model, but they will have to earn an earlier release, and that is why we are ensuring that there is the uplift in probation funding to make sure that all these individuals are intensively supervised in the middle stage of the sentence. The worst thing that could happen for every type of victim in this country, and in fact for every citizen of our country, is if we run out of prison places altogether. We are in this position because of the mess that the previous government left behind, and it falls to us to fix it.
Paul Curler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Notwithstanding the nonsense, the predictable nonsense of the shadow leader of the opposition, it's indeed critical that we focus on the needs of the victim. I welcome the Lord Chancellor making that point in her statement, but we need more than fine words. So can she please commit to the House to give all victims of crime proper access to restorative justice?
I thank the honourable gentleman. Of course, restorative justice does have an important role to play within our justice system. Where it's appropriate and where it can make a difference, obviously we will make sure that it is available. But I want to make sure that victims of crime have other confidence-inducing measures at their disposal. It's why I want to look at exclusion zones in particular. It's why we want to do the domestic abuse identifier so that we can track systems, learn from the cases that are going through, and make better policy for victims in the future.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm amazed at the gall of the party opposite, who left our prisons in utter crisis, failing victims, and I thank the Lord Chancellor for her work. 5 years ago, my constituent Diane had her world changed when her husband was killed by a driver on her phone. Not only did the driver do that, the first call the driver made was not 999, it was to her sister. When the driver is released from prison, she'll have a 4-year driving ban, but for Diane and her family, their life is devastated forever. Can the Minister set out that as we take this necessary action to fix our bursting prison system, we will make use of lengthy restrictions and lifetime driving bans for those who cause death by dangerous driving?
I'm very sorry to hear of the constituency case that my honourable friend has raised. Those are truly horrible circumstances for any family to find themselves in. I can assure her we will be rigorously pursuing the recommendations in the Gawk review relating to what are called ancillary orders, which is other orders that we can make that curtail an offender's liberty, including lengthier driving bans, which I am considering bringing forward.
Dr Neil Shastra-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Public confidence, and importantly the confidence of victims in the criminal justice system, is paramount. Since 2010, the use of community-based orders has decreased by 61%, in no small part because of concerns around offender engagement in the process. If the government is going to pursue this route, what steps has the Chancellor, the sort of Lord Chancellor, taken to model how many will reoffend, and, more importantly, that they will be rigorously reinforced?
I thank him for his question. It's why I've announced measures already today to toughen up community punishment, and we will be going further in some areas than even the review recommends. I absolutely agree with him that community punishment has to maintain the confidence of the public. I, like all other members, am a constituency member of Parliament, and I want my own constituents to be able to see community punishment as real punishment, so it's on us to make sure that it is worthy of that name, and that is why I'm considering going further on unpaid work and working with businesses to see if salaries could be paid into a victims fund, and that might be one model. I want to see offenders out filling up potholes, cleaning our streets, and I'll be working with local authorities to make sure we go as far as we can. But I assure him that community punishment, this government is committed to toughening it up and making sure that it maintains the confidence of the public.
Warren de Just.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Lord Chancellor for her statement this morning and also for commissioning the sentencing review. Does the Lord Chancellor agree that this government is now taking action, whereas this time last year, rather than sorting out the prison crisis when we had less than 90 places, with a prison population of 90,000, they called a general election instead. Yes. Does the Lord Chancellor also agree that the present proposals will ensure that dangerous criminals, offenders, will be locked up, and also it will enable us, to rehabilitate others and stop reoffending, which costs us £22 billion a year?
My honourable friend is right. This time last year, the party opposite had a chance to put the country first. Instead, they called an election and tried to put themselves first. They did a runner on the job, and it falls to us to clean up their mess, and this government will clean up their mess, and we will get our prison system onto a sustainable footing so that there is always a prison place, and there will be more prison places under this government. We'll make sure there's always a prison place for the most dangerous offenders, and it's why we're taking all of the other measures that we need to take to ensure we never run out of prison places again.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Respect for justice is diminished by the fiction of the judge announcing a sentence, and those in the know then doing a calculation on the back of a fag packet for the fraction that it actually represents. Hasn't this statement reinforced that system with bells on?
Quite the opposite.
Oh, I'm sorry to have to break it to the honourable gentleman, but he'll be horrified to discover he agrees with David Gork on this one. The independent reviewer has pointed out that transparency in the new system will be paramount to maintaining confidence in the justice system, and we will be making sure that we take those transparency measures forward.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the National Police Chiefs Council having declared violence against women and girls as a national emergency, it is right that we explore radical methods to bring down the scale of offending in our communities. We know most sexual offending is not about sex at all, but about power. But for the subsection of convicts whose offending is sexual compulsion driven, for whom chemical castration could be an option, is there estimate data on how many future offences this could prevent, as by definition it's only for those who have already offended? And as I'm not aware of a method of permanent chemical castration, is there capacity within the probation service to monitor ongoing compliance with treatment?
I thank my honourable friend for her questions. The studies that exist show a 60% reduction in offending. She's right to say that for this subset of offenders, for some the offending relates to power, but for another subset of offenders, the combination of chemical suppressants and psychological interventions can, we believe, have a big and positive impact. For many years, there's a pilot that has been sort of trundling along and nobody has shown much interest in it, including any of my predecessors. Tory Justice Secretaries have just sort of let it carry on. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not squeamish about taking these further measures. It's why we're going to have a national rollout of this programme. I will make sure that that is what happens. It's why I'm starting with expanding it to 2 further regions, including prisoners in 20 further prisons, so that we can build the evidence base and make sure that we are using every tool at our disposal that can cut reoffending.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say how much I welcome the government's commitment to extending the pilot scheme, giving free sentencing transcripts from rape and serious sexual offences, which is something for which I have long campaigned. I'm sorry that the Victims Minister has just left, because I wanted to pay tribute to her for her particular work on this issue, which I know that she has worked hard for. But can I also pay tribute to the victims, the survivors and the campaigners, particularly my own constituent Juliana Talizzi, for their bravery and advocacy on this issue. I look forward to continuing to work with the Minister on this issue, but can I just ask the Lord Chancellor what measures will be taken to ensure that victims know about this scheme, that they understand their rights to request a transcript of the sentencing remarks, because I know that the pilot has shown how much this contributes to their recovery and their welfare after sentencing. Thank you.
Well, let me pay tribute to the Honourable Lady and the work that she has done in this area. I will pass on her remarks to the Victims Minister, but let me also say a huge thank you to her constituents as well. It's very difficult to raise these issues and talk about them openly, and her constituent has shown real bravery in coming forward and explaining why this would have made a difference to her own recovery. I'm very pleased to extend the pilot scheme. We will learn the lessons about how the first pilot scheme worked in the first year, and if there are more things that we need to do
do on publicising what the scheme can do and its availability, we will do so. And she will know that I want to make further progress on using AI technology to be able to make transcripts more generally, more widely available. I do believe in a transparent justice system. I don't believe we're very far away from having tech that is accurate enough to be able to be a matter of court record, but we're not quite there yet. It is something we continue to work on.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Deputy Speaker, in my 21 years as a Crown prosecutor, I prosecuted many cases, but I prosecuted far fewer individuals. This is because 80% of offenders are re-offenders. So I saw the same defendants time and time again. The current system does not work. Does the Minister agree with me that this new approach will reduce re-offending, cut crime and lead to fewer victims?
I thank my honourable friend. She is absolutely right to remind the House that 80% of offenders in our country are re-offenders. It tells you that our system is broken. It tells you that our prisons are creating better criminals and not better citizens. And this is something that we absolutely have to turn around if we are going to protect victims and cut crime.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Lord Chancellor will know that for a very long time in this country, the prejudices of the establishment, poisoned by liberal thinking, have been at odds with the preoccupations of the vast majority of law-abiding people.
Quite right.
So will she acknowledge now that the principal purpose of prison is retributive? It is about punishment. It has other purposes too, but its principal purpose is that. And will she, in that spirit, confirm this? When will she bring forward this further legislation she promised on sentencing? And will she confirm now that, in what she said today, violent sexual offenders will be excluded from this early release?
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman, I mean, I have no truck with anyone else's prejudices, and they certainly do not decide what I do in office. Let me tell him, I believe in prison. And this government is going to build more prison places, and we will fill those prison places. And I believe in prison for the reasons of punishment, primarily. I agree with him on that. But that is also why I won't let this country run out of prison places, because I know what will happen if we run out of prison places. And I am not willing to put anyone in this country through the breakdown of law and order in our country. I'm not willing to take that risk. It means harder choices are in front of me and this House as we get ourselves out of this crisis. And I am making those choices today, and I will bring forward legislation at the earliest opportunity, working at pace, so the House can consider the proposals in full. I will tell him that extended determinate sentences, the most dangerous offenders, as judged by a judge in a court, will be excluded from these measures. And for all other offenders, release earlier will have to be earned in order to come out. And after that stage, there will be intensive supervision. It is the earned progression model. I'm sure we will debate it at length in the weeks and months ahead.
Mike Tapp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is no place for foreign offenders who pose a serious risk to the public in our country. Already this government is returning more foreign national offenders than the Conservatives when they were in power. Does the Minister agree that the Tories are clearly all talk and no action?
My honourable friend puts it very well, and he is absolutely right. We have made more progress on the deportation of foreign national offenders than the previous government. We will go further. We accept the review's recommendations on dropping the threshold for early removal from 50% to 30%, and for offenders who get less than 3 years in prison, we will work up with the Home Office proposals to move to immediate deportation.
Caroline Gordon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the national average reoffending rate for people who've done a short-term sentence is 54%. After graduating from a prisoner rehabilitation programme in my constituency, the average reoffending rate is just 6%. and they are still in touch with every single graduate from their programme after operating for 10 years. Could the Minister confirm that in the spirit of trying to reduce the prison population, that rehabilitation programmes like this are absolutely crucial, and that investing in rehabilitation not only keeps people safe in the community because it reduces the reoffending rate, but it will help with the mission of freeing up prison places for the dangerous criminals who absolutely need to be there?
She makes a good point. I pay tribute to the work that's going on in her constituency. As I've said before, Madam Deputy Speaker, 80% of offenders in this country are re-offenders. It tells you how broken our system is and how imperative it is that we sort that out.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's statement. But reoffending is costing us £22 billion a year, and 80% of offenders are reoffenders. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that we need to bring that figure down? So what can she say that she's intending to do to prevent people from reoffending at the rates that they are?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. One of the problems of running a prison system at absolutely boiling hot, where you're permanently on the point of collapse, as has been the case in our prison system for far too long now, is it means that within the prison estate you're not able to make much progress on the sorts of programmes that offenders would need to access to begin a rehabilitation journey. So part of our proposals designed to relieve the stress in our prison system will help with rehabilitation within the prison estate, but we're absolutely determined to make more progress on rehabilitation outside of the prison estate. It's why we're toughening up community punishment. We know that that works. We know that it can be punishment that the country can have confidence in, and we will be working with our colleagues in the health department to think about the availability of drug and alcohol treatment. We will expand our use of sobriety tags, which are already helping offenders come off the drink that often fuels their offending, and as I've asked some tech companies to look at further technological innovation that can help us in this space. The holy grail would be a drugs tag, which I think could make a huge difference to reducing reoffending in our country, and we will continue to press ahead and work as quickly as we can to find further technological solutions.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, crimes against children are amongst the worst crimes that humanity can commit. There is relatively little, if anything at all, about offences against children within this review. Could the Lord Chancellor confirm that those who have abused children will not be allowed out early?
Well, no one who has received an extended determinate sentence, which will include many of these offenders, are excluded from these measures. All other offenders would have to earn an earlier release by proving that they have behaved properly in prison, not broken prison rules. The minimum is set at 1/3 of the sentence, but it can be higher. And as I've said today, for those who egregiously offend, we will set no upper limit.
James Nash.
We have just heard this morning that probation services in Nottinghamshire have been rated inadequate following visits by inspectors. They've been judged as understaffed with urgent improvements needed. I therefore welcome the £700 million increase for probation services, but can I ask the Lord Chancellor what other steps can be taken to drive up probation standards in constituencies like mine?
I'm very grateful to him for raising issues relating to the probation service. We've already expanded the number of people, the number of staff that we have. Last year we recruited 1,000 extra. This year we're on track to hit our target of 1,300 extra. So increasing resource with more staff, first and foremost, is a clear priority for us. Investing in technology to help the probation service be more productive. We've already funded programmes and pilots looking at AI tech designed to decrease the amount of file work that probation officers have to do in order to allow them to have more time to do the thing that only a human can do, which is spend time with the offender in front of them, come up with a proper plan to reduce their reoffending and therefore keep the public safe.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the Lord Chancellor's statement today, and I know that victims and survivors of domestic abuse and sexual violence in my constituency will do so as well. I thank her and her ministerial colleagues for cross-party working, including with my honourable friends from Eastbourne and Twickenham. I want to ask two questions relating to that. On the domestic abuse recommendations and the application of domestic abuse at sentencing, will the Lord Chancellor consider whether it is possible to tag those offences retrospectively as well as at sentencing looking forward? And I welcomed her remarks on transcripts and transparency. In the light of the pilot around transcripts for sexual violence and rape, will she consider whether it could be included that the entire transcript, not just the transcript of sentencing for these cases, could be included in that pilot?
On the issue of tagging retrospectively, I think I will certainly go away and have a look. I suspect that I don't want to mislead him or the House that a retrospective trawl of all cases, including common assault, which is actually where we see the most amount of domestic abuse cases land in terms of charge and criminal case. I think that might be beyond where we are able to get to with the data available to us and the time that that would take. But going forward, we will absolutely try to capture exactly those cases, so not just domestic abuse connected offences, but other offences like common assault, which we know have taken place in a domestic abuse context. They will all be flagged and proper data kept going forward. On transcripts, the availability of sentencing remarks is what is currently available for other types of victims in murder cases and so on, and it's the extension of that to victims of rape and serious sexual violence. I just repeat the point I made earlier. I believe in a transparent justice system. I would like to be in a position where actually we are using AI technology not just to make sentencing remarks available, but we're thinking about broadly what happens in courts and transcripts more widely. The thing that inhibits us is cost. We are trying to take out that cost by looking at AI models, but we can't proceed with anything unless we are absolutely certain about its accuracy, because he will, I'm sure, appreciate a document purporting to be a record of what was said at court needs to be bang on.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the fact that this government is getting on and building the largest prison expansion programme since the Victorians. Labour government in action, fixing the Tory prison crisis once and for all. Can I ask the Minister, however, to learn from the SNP Scottish Government's abject failure? The new Berlin-Glasgow prison project, delayed again, now won't be ready until 2028. 9 years late, and the cost has soared from 100 million to a staggering £1 billion for one prison. For one prison, will we learn lessons from SNP failure?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Let me tell him that we've already learned the lessons of the Tory party's failure. I'm very sorry to hear about the situation that he describes in Scotland, but the Conservative Party's failure on prison building stemmed from two things. They could not get past their own backbenchers, and so the planning delays added billions to the cost of prison place expansion, and then they didn't make the funding certain and available in the amount that was needed in order to stimulate the funding at the rate required. We have reversed both of those things. We've made £4.7 billion available, and we made it very clear planning will not get in the way of prison building.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Several years ago, I was a magistrate in Westminster. My father was a magistrate in North Wiltshire. And we lamented a great deal where we put people into prison, and we found that there was a whole list of antecedents every time, and it recurred all the time. Could the Minister tell the House what assurances she can give us around prison education, rehabilitation programmes and regular work programmes, that we will avoid this pattern of, with good intentions, prescribing solutions that don't work, that cost a lot of money, and actually leave the public pretty dissatisfied with the justice system?
Look, I thank the honourable member for his question. Let me pay tribute to him, to his father and to magistrates all over our country. They do an incredibly valuable job in keeping our justice system going, and in fact magistrates deal with 90% of all criminal cases in our country. Let me just say to him on the issue of what he's really referring to as prolific offending, those people that keep coming back, cycling in and out of the system. The review recommends, and we will take this forward, and I will set out more proposals as we bring legislation forward, that we switch to a model of intensive supervision courts where a judge is in charge of making sure that a treatment programme is being adhered to. The early pilots in this country, and in fairness they were started under the previous government, those early pilots have shown very, very positive progress in helping those offenders turn their lives around and break the cycle of addiction or mental health problems that often lead to prolific offending. We will build on that work.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What does the Minister make of the extraordinary admission by the former Lord Chancellor last year that the previous government chose not to take action on the prison crisis because you have to win votes? Well, fortunately, they didn't win any votes in Margate, Broadstairs and Ramsgate, which is why I stand here today to say that neighbourhoods in East Thanet are blighted by drug dealing, theft, burglary, sex trafficking and antisocial behaviour that ebbs and flows according to whether the main criminals, organisers, pimps and coordinators and dealers are in prison or out, causing mayhem. Now, does she agree with me that it's the shortage of prison cells because of the party opposite and the lack of alternative punishments because of the party opposite that contributes to this and blights the lives of our communities?
My honourable friend makes an incredibly powerful point. She is absolutely right. When you have a prison system on the point of collapse, it's not as if the criminals don't know that that's what's happening, and it's why it is so imperative that we get our system under control and we make sure that there is always a prison place available for those people that have to be locked up in order to keep the public safe. As to her point on winning votes, I think it rather shows the approach taken by the previous government. They put themselves first and not the country first.
Miss Savile Roberts.
On behalf of the Justice Union's Parliamentary Group, I welcome the Independence Review recognition of probation officers and join the National Association of Probation Officers' call for extra direct investment in staff now. Stable accommodation upon release is also key to reoffender rehabilitation. There are presently no approved premises for women in Wales. Women's centres struggle for funding. So how will she improve rehabilitation and life chances for Welsh women in the criminal justice system?
Well, I very much hope that the position for Welsh women will be the same for women in England, which is that we see a huge reduction in the number of women in Wales and in England entering the female prison estate, and that is because the combination of the measures that David Gauke has recommended on short sentences in particular will mean that fewer women go to prison. I will of course work with colleagues across Wales in looking at what more we can do on accommodation provision. I know there's no specific centre in Wales. She and I have discussed that. Previously, it was a promise made by the previous government without any funding attached to it. And so I was not able to make decisions when I first came into office that could reverse that. But we will work with the Women's Justice Board and others to make sure that the offer for women who are now no longer going to be going to prison is still strong and helps them on their rehabilitation journey.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a day of shame for the Conservative Party. One of their own has laid bare the scale of their failure in leaving us with nowhere to put the prisoners. They used to call themselves the Party of Law and Order. We'll take it from this former police inspector. They lost that label long ago and they are never getting it back. But moving forward, the criminal justice system is just that, a system. Decisions taken on policing, courts, probation, prisons, all affect one another. So can the Lord Chancellor assure me that the implications for policing and the enforcement of these sentences is being taken into account when we roll out these changes?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It is a day of shame for the Conservative Party. I'm sorry to see that their attitude today is shameless. Madam Deputy Speaker, my friend makes a very important point in relation to policing. I've had a good conversation with police leaders and I'm determined to use the Criminal Justice Board, the National Criminal Justice Board, to make sure that every part of the criminal justice system is aligned and we take into account all of the interactions based on this review, but also the upcoming criminal courts review as well, in terms of the impact they have, not just for the bit of the justice system I am directly responsible for, but for the wider criminal justice system, including policing as a whole.
Very good. Mark Pritchard.
I say to the Lord Chancellor, huge personal respect for her, and whilst I may disagree with some, by the way, not all of what she's announced today, I'd like to put that on the record. She mentions female offending. She will know there are 6 mother and baby units in female prisons in England. There are 90 applications for the last period known up to March 2024, and 64 places for mothers and 70 for babies, allowing for twins, when some mothers have those. So clearly there are not enough places. As part of this review, has she considered where there is not serious and violent offending by female prisoners, we're getting more of these mothers and babies into the community rather than in prison?
Well, let me thank him for his remarks of personal respect, and it is shared from across this House, and I thank him for that. I also thank him for the important issue that he raises. Look, I hope to move to a position where the combined impact of the changes in this review and also the work that we are doing with the Women's Justice Board means that we see a huge drop in the number of female prisoners, and I'm particularly keen to ensure that pregnant women, mothers of young children, are not anywhere near our female prison estate in the future. Of course, for serious offenders, we will always need to make sure that prison is an option, but for the vast majority of women, they go to prison on short sentences for much less serious offences, and we need to turn that around.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the previous Conservative government, foreign criminals in our prisons rose to the tens of thousands shamefully. Can the Lord Chancellor outline to my constituents of Blackpool South what we're doing to deport these foreign criminals from our prisons as quickly as possible to free up those vital prison spaces?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. What we are doing is we are deporting at a faster rate than the previous government. We have accepted the review's recommendations to drop the threshold for early removal from this country from 50% of the custodial sentence to 30% of the custodial sentence, and we are going to work up urgently with the Home Office a plan for those who are sentenced to less than 3 years being deported as quickly as possible after sentencing itself.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In her statement, the Lord Chancellor said, under her earned progression plans, if offenders follow prison rules, they will win earlier release, and the review says that thousands of offenders will benefit from this. Can she explain to my constituents why simply following the rules means serious offenders would only serve a third of their sentence? Where's the punishment and victims' interest in that approach?
Well, he will know that the track record of his party in government was to run prisons boiling hot with violence off the charts. And, you know, the Shadow Justice Secretary has been showing a huge amount of concern for prison officers and the violence that they face in our prisons. I would have hoped that the party opposite might welcome some incentivisation in our prison system to make sure we can run safer prisons and keep our prison officers safe. Making sure that people follow the rules and that that's how they can earn an earlier release also means that for those who break the rules, they will serve longer in prison.
Andrew Pegs.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for her statement and her razor-like focus on fixing the broken justice and prison system this government inherited. Can I welcome the £700 million to help rebuild probation services and ask a question around rehabilitation and making community punishment pay? I think many people in my constituency will welcome a focus on community punishment being used to do the jobs around
fixing potholes and rebuilding some of our services that are needed locally. But equally, I want community punishment to pay by breaking the cycle of reoffending. Can you tell us more about how this programme will actually get businesses into prisons, apprenticeships into prisons, and give young people, particularly young offenders, a way out of this cycle so we can stop them being in prison the second and third time?
My honourable friend raises a really important point. It's why this government has already rolled out employment work councils where prisons link up with employers in their region and try to make sure that there is jobs and training available for offenders leaving prison. We know that being able to work is a really important part of driving down reoffending, and that's a priority for this government. And of course, unpaid work is a very visible way of offenders making reparations to the communities that they have harmed, and so in our eyes it has that as the primary focus, but of course the discipline of doing that work can help for those offenders who are far away from the world of work at least get closer to it.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government's plans lay out an expectation that they'll be able to manage ex-offenders in the community under intensive supervision. A probation officer in my Chichester constituency recently told me she was told off by her bosses for spending too long with offenders when she was booking just 15-minute appointments. So can the Lord Chancellor tell me when the promised investment will actually reach frontline probation services, and can she guarantee it will be enough to ensure public safety and actually reduce reoffending?
Well, let me reassure her this is a huge uplift in funding for probation. It's a £1.6 billion budget as it stands, and it increases by up to £700 million by the end of the spending review period. We have already invested in piloting AI and other technology designed to improve productivity. That is to say, where AI can complete much of the paperwork that a lot of probation officers spend far too much of their time on, often repeating the same information into different documents. That shows huge promise. We will roll that out at pace in order to give probation officers more time with the offenders in front of them, doing the thing that only a human can do, which is really get to grips with what is driving that offender's behaviour and to have a plan to tackle it, including the accessing of treatment programmes and other things in the community. So we are determined to make sure that the probation service can rise to the scale of this challenge as well. It's why the funding will help, and it's why our investment in the technology will also help.
We do have a number of members still to try and get in. If people could remember to keep their questions and their answers short. Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Location and curfew restrictions using electronic tagging to stop hyper-prolific offenders from going anywhere near a place that they could reoffend, a requirement to engage in mental health, drug and alcohol treatment, including the use of sobriety tags to address the cause of criminality, putting offenders back to work, cleaning up the communities they've harmed, chemical castration for sex offenders, the speeding up of foreign deportations, and the largest prison expansion ever. Will the Minister agree with me that this is about putting victims and the public first?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. This government is determined to clean up the mess left by the last Conservative government, to put victims first, to cut crime and make our communities safer.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Scotland, under the yoke of the SNP, already has a presumption against short sentences, and now the new Scottish Commission looking at sentencing and penal policy has been accused of being packed with activists determined to keep criminals out of jail. Why is the Lord Chancellor here following this lead and failing to put victims at the heart of the justice system? Well said.
What absolute rubbish, I'm sorry to say. I'm not taking any lessons from him or the SNP. This is a programme for England and Wales that I'm directly responsible for, and we're going to make it work.
Hear, hear. Go White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When a previous government fails to take responsibility for the crisis they've caused, then they deserve a life sentence on the benches opposite. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome the current construction of a new prison wing at Ranby Prison in my constituency. And it has been done by workshop-based Lane O'Rourke, who are specialists in modern methods of construction. And they are very much involved in many other construction projects across the country. If
The Minister is seeking more sites for new prisons. Could I propose Crown Road land across the road from HMP Renby, and we very much welcome the new prison there.
I shall take her early bid for further building in her constituency under advisement immediately.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under these proposals, foreign criminals will be deported after serving 30% of their sentence, and I appreciate that this is an improvement. The public want them to be deported right away. Does the Lord Chancellor?
Look, I think that immediate deportation, which the review recommends in relation to sentences under 3 years, or immediate deportation meaning as quickly as possible, because you still have to detain people before you can get them on a plane and back to their own country of origin. That is something that we're going to work up proposals with the Home Office on. And then for more serious offenders over 3 years, we are going to bring that threshold down from 50 to 30%.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the right honourable member for her statement today. It's a sensible response to the over-incarceration and prison places crisis. But can my honourable friend assure my Calder Valley constituents that notwithstanding these changes, the underreported and under-prosecuted crimes such as violence against women and girls will continue to be prioritised by this government?
Absolutely. This government is going to make sure that we are running a prison system that is sustainable and not on the point of collapse, so that we can make sure that dangerous offenders in this country are still being locked up, and we will make progress on our broader mission to halve the levels of violence against women and girls over 10 years.
Tessa Mons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Lord Chancellor's statement and the work that David Gork has put in to inform everything that's happening today. As a member of the Justice Committee, I'm looking forward to seeing him before us shortly. Can I seek clarity, please, on what the Lord Chancellor referred to as the so-called medication to manage problematic sexual arousal? And can she place the current research and conclusions that are available so far in the library so that we can all have information to understand what is involved in the data on which she and David Gork have relied?
I'm very happy to make sure that the evidence is available. What I would say to her is that the very small-scale pilot that I inherited had been running for some time without anybody really paying a huge amount of attention to it. The evidence from other jurisdictions where this is being rolled out a bit more widely is stronger, but our rollout, and I want to get to a national rollout, will start with 2 extra regions, 20 more prisons, and we will build the evidence base. We want things that work, but I do believe that the combination of chemical suppressants with psychological interventions can help with a cohort of particularly difficult sex offenders.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So in the last 4 years of the last Conservative government, the number of foreign national offenders increased. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I believe that those who commit crimes within the UK who are not UK citizens should not serve their sentence here. Now, today's report makes a good progress forward. I'd welcome my honourable friend to actually tackle this issue urgently, because it's what South Norfolk wants to see, and it will get capacity back to our prisons.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We're already deporting more foreign national offenders than the previous government. We are taking forward the measures from the Gork Review to speed up and get more foreign offenders out of our system and back into their countries of origin.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I wholeheartedly support my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Bedfordshire, on his call for the immediate deportation of foreign criminals. But what is the Lord Chancellor doing to ensure that the courts are not holding up these deportations, and that once deported, these criminals are never allowed back on these shores?
Well, he may have seen, we've already announced, the Home Secretary, when she did the immigration white paper, I think just last week, that we are reviewing the use of Article 8 in relation to immigration cases. We'll bring forward our proposals on that in due course. We won't allow the misuse of our courts and the use of Article 8 to stop people who've got no right to be in this country from being able to stay in this country. But that will require changes to the immigration rules, which the Home Secretary is working on.
Justice Satter.
Does the Lord Chancellor agree with me that the voluntary community sector can play a vital role in supporting offenders to rehabilitate and gain vital employment and housing, such as Pathways Care Farm and Access Community Trust in my constituency of Lowestoft, who helped to prevent this reoffending?
I thank my honourable friend. She let me pay tribute to the organisation in her constituency. Voluntary organisations such as that in her constituency play a hugely important role in helping the justice system succeed at rehabilitating offenders, and we will continue to work closely and build on the review's recommendations in this area.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having sat on the Public Accounts Committee inquiry into prison overcrowding, I know full well the issue at hand and who to blame. But can the Right Honourable Lady assure me and my constituents that by not jailing criminals, my constituents will not be placed in more danger, and that when these individuals are in the community, that the local community itself will have a voice in the effectiveness and planning of these new sentences, lest we end up with similar community concerns as there are for bail, hospitals in Tiverton and Minehead. Thank you.
Well, the thing that puts the whole country at risk, including current victims of crime and future potential victims of crime, is letting our prison system collapse. And I will never let that happen. And the measures that we are taking forward from the review today are designed to make sure this country never runs out of prison places ever again. I will make sure that there is ample time for debate and discussion across this House as we bring our legislation forward.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is the Lord Chancellor as astounded as I am at the hypocrisy of the party opposite? They really are the arsonists attacking the firefighters. We are having to clean up their mess because, in the words of the National Audit Office, this crisis is a result of their failure to ensure the number of prison places was aligned with criminal justice priorities.
I'm afraid, after some months in this job, facing the shadow ministers opposite, nothing about their behaviour surprises me anymore. I'll take notice, I think the country will notice, when they finally offer an apology for the absolute abject mess they left behind.
John Davies.
Mr. Speaker, police officers, magistrates and judges will report that for some offenders, they would rather go to prison to be back with their mates, watching Sky TV, having 3 square meals a day. Will the Lord Chancellor agree with me that those who do go to prison should be treated harshly and more robustly than was the case in the last 14 years of the Conservative government?
We want to make sure that our prisons are used to punish offenders, that they have to abide by strict prison rules, that they should engage with programmes in prison in order to bring down their propensity to re-offend, and that ultimately we succeed in keeping his constituents safe by turning out better citizens rather than better criminals.
Luke Meyer.
Speaker, I think there are thousands of decent, moderate Conservatives all across the country who will have seen the ridiculous spectacle today of the opposition denigrating David Gork, of all people, on the prison system. The review was absolutely clear that short sentences are driving reoffending, with 60% reoffending within the year. So can the Minister set out the steps she will be taking to cut crime and create fewer victims?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We have to cut crime, have fewer victims and make sure that our streets are safe. That is why we have to make sure we never run out of prison places, that we never see the breakdown in law and order that would ensue if that were to happen, and that we take forward a package of measures that I've announced today that we will work on in legislation in the coming weeks and months. All of it designed to make sure that we don't run out of prison places, we put victims first and we cut crime in this country.
And the last question on the statement, Tristan Osborne.
Best until last, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a former police officer, community payback works. Does the Lord Chancellor agree with me and many of my colleagues in the criminal justice system that rehabilitation of offenders, including filling potholes, clearing fly tipping, is not only popular in Chatham and Aylesford, but in Newark and across the country?
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. I am determined that we toughen community punishment, that we make sure that unpaid work truly pays back to the communities that have been harmed by crime. It's why I'll work with businesses and with local authorities so we can all have a system that drives down reoffending, but where reparations are made to the communities that have been harmed by crime, whether they're in Newark, Birmingham, Ladywood or indeed anywhere else.
And that concludes the statement. I'll give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Business statement, Leader of the House.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 2nd of June includes Monday the 2nd of June, second reading of the Bus Services No. 2 Bill, Lords. Tuesday the 3rd of June, consideration of Lords amendments to the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of a Lords message. Followed by general debate on dementia care. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee in an unallotted time. Wednesday the 4th of June, remaining stages of the Product Regulation and Meteorology Bill, Lords. Thursday the 5th of June, debate on a motion on high street banking closures and banking hubs, followed by debate on a motion on safety regulations in the construction and planning of battery energy storage sites. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 6th of June, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 9th of June will include Monday the 9th of June, remaining stages of the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, Day 1, Tuesday the 10th of June, remaining stages of the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, Day 2.
Shadow Minister Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is an honour to be responding again to business questions as we march on to recess. And I know that the Leader of the House has had a challenging few weeks, but I want to start by thanking her for everything that the Leader has done to advocate for members in this House. But first, I want to point out that this morning we learned the government has been prevented from signing their Chagos surrender deal by the High Court. When will the Prime Minister come to the House and explain this latest humiliation and masterclass in how not to negotiate in Britain's interests? Now, I know that members opposite and members across this House have often said things that we regret in the chamber and elsewhere. And I know that the Right Honourable Lady has said she regrets her words on rape gangs. But it is for the victims of those rape gangs to decide whether those regrets are enough. And it is time for the government to finally take action on this scandal. So will she grant a debate in government time on the rape gang scandal and commit the government to the national inquiry the victims deserve? Now, I spoke last time in business questions and asked the Leader of the House to ask the Chancellor to U-turn on her disastrous economic policies. Since then, things have got even worse. This week, inflation that they inherited at 2% from the last government has surged to 3.5%. Today, public sector net borrowing hit £20.2 billion, the fourth highest figure for the month since records began. We've had a disastrous budget followed by an emergency one, and it looks like the next one could be catastrophic. It seems, though, that the Deputy Prime Minister has also had enough of the Chancellor's economic policies, too. Except we on this side want to see the tax raids on businesses and households reversed. The Deputy Prime Minister wants more tax and more spend. But then, yesterday, the Prime Minister wouldn't rule out more tax rises either. So I think we can all see what's coming. £40 billion of tax rises last autumn was never going to be enough for this government. A government that is tough with the vulnerable, but weak with the unions. Now, she may be on leadership manoeuvres, but it was quite the shopping list of new taxes that the Deputy Prime Minister is after. Although, curiously, further taxes on second homes wasn't included. It is now the people who save hard for their retirement and build businesses that are next in the firing line for the tax raid obsession of this Labour government. So, to pensioners, farmers, and business owners we can now add savers to the list of people that this government seemed determined to make poorer. So, will the Leader of the House grant a debate in government time on the government's economic plans so the Deputy Prime Minister can also come and set out her tax plans for the House? I'm very interested to see the tag team operation there. Or, if the Deputy Prime Minister is otherwise engaged, maybe we could turn our attention to yesterday's welcome U-turn from the Prime Minister. Now, I understand the Prime Minister has always been gifted with the most flexible of principles. But it was quite the slight yesterday to see him admit to promising a U-turn on punishing pensioners without any date for the U-turn or explanation of whether it would be all or just some pensioners. Crucially, we didn't hear an apology from him. So, will the Leader of the House grant a debate in government time on the winter fuel payment U-turn so the Chancellor or the PM can come to this House and apologize to pensioners and set out when she will give pensioners the certainty they can heat their homes next winter. Let me conclude by saying this. Yes, we are, thank you. We are watching the slow motion car crash with no economic plan but to tax and spend as fast as they can. It's not the gingerbread man, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's fast and tax as fast as they can, and that's what's happening here. And we are watching the chaos of a Chancellor and a Deputy Prime Minister falling all over themselves to see who can put up the most taxes. We are watching a Prime Minister who has to undo the decisions of his own government in the space of months, but can't bring himself to apologize. The government is already showing that it has failed to learn the lessons of all socialist governments, that eventually they run out of everyone else's money. This one seems determined to do so in record time. And the only losers, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be the British people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I congratulate Tottenham Hotspur and Crystal Palace football clubs on both winning silverware for the first time in a long time. North and South London celebrate, well, both sides of Manchester commiserate, I'm afraid. But anyway, she asks me about something important. Can I just say that now that the injunction has been lifted, with the permission of Mr Speaker, we will do a statement, the Defence Secretary will do a statement later today, probably at the end of business, on the future of the Diego Garcia military base following those developments. And I know the whole House will want to send a very clear message, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we condemn the brutal murder of the Israeli embassy staff in Washington overnight. We stand firmly together against anti-Semitism. And today also marks the 8th anniversary of the Manchester Arena attack in my constituency. And I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House will be with the families of those affected. I also want to put on record my reflection of the determination of Figan Murray with her campaigning for Martin's Law. I'm really proud that it was this Labour government and our Prime Minister who kept that promise to Figan to introduce Martin's Law, which is now an Act of Parliament. Today also marks a day a year since the general election was called, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the rain, I think we all remember that. But let's be honest, the rain is still pouring on the Conservative Party. They don't seem to have learnt very much. They might have thought that from that day things couldn't get even worse, but they are doing, aren't they? But I do want to say to the Honourable Lady, I very much respect her and enjoy working with her on the Modernisation Committee and across the House, and I thank her for yet again stepping in at short notice to cover for the Shadow Leader, who I think is performing other parliamentary functions elsewhere. I'm sure we'll see him back soon. She asks me about grooming gangs, and I just want to be absolutely clear that this government, myself included, we want the victims and the survivors to be at the absolute heart of everything that we do, and that their terrible experiences are acted on and that those responsible are brought to justice. And that's exactly what we are doing, and we will leave no stone unturned in bringing about justice for the victims. And what they want first and foremost is for action to be taken for all of those recommendations, those many recommendations of the previous national inquiry to be implemented, and that's what we're doing. And also that Louise Casey's full audit of these matters will be brought to this House in very short order. She asks about a number of issues relating to the economy, but I do think, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's just worth us reminding ourselves what we inherited and what we have actually had to deal with since we came into office. We had to fix the gaping hole, and they don't want to talk about it, the gaping hole that their party left in the public finances. Pay deals on desks but unfunded. Billions of pounds on asylum hotels not accounted for. All the reserves gone in July of the financial year. New hospitals, nothing more than a work of fiction. And that's why we had to come in and fix the economy and get economic stability back into the economy. Because those who pay the heaviest price when the economy crashes and when markets lose confidence are those on fixed incomes, like pensioners and the poorest in society. And it's also the value of people's pensions that fall as well. So we've acted on the £22 billion black hole, and we've got the economy going again. And they don't like to hear it, but that's exactly what we're doing. Growth is up. Interest rates have been cut 4 times since the general election. 500,000 more people have moved into work since the general election, and the UK is now the fastest growing European economy in the G7. And real wages have gone up for the first time in a decade after the party opposite left living standards fallen for the first time in our history over their parliament. So we are fixing the mess that they left behind. And she asks about winter fuel as well. And as the Prime Minister made clear yesterday, now that the economy is showing those signs of recovery because of the actions that we've taken, we want to look at that threshold. Because first and foremost, we want to make sure that people feel the benefits of that economic growth and that they've got more money in their pockets, and that includes pensions as well. However, we won't be making spending commitments without saying where the money's coming from, and it's absolutely right that those decisions are made in a future fiscal event, as the Prime Minister said yesterday. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, a year on from that rainy day on Downing Street, it couldn't be clearer, could it really? Because the Conservative Party really are having an existential identity crisis. A year on from their worst defeat, they're still going backwards. They don't know who they are anymore. They don't know what they stand for anymore, and they just don't know what they're even doing. They once proudly stood for free trade, and now they're against any trade deals. They used to claim to be the party of business, but in opposing our agreement with the EU, they're setting themselves against the FSB, the CBI, the British Chamber of Commerce, Hospitality UK and the Food and Drink Association. They were once for levelling up and reindustrialisation of the North, but now they're against new energy infrastructure and the jobs of the future. And they were once compassionate Conservatives, I remember that very famously, supporting the NHS, but now they oppose the much-needed funding that it's getting. So A year on, Madam Deputy Speaker, for that rainy day in Downing Street, they just haven't learnt a thing, and they haven't said sorry for the mess they've left behind, whether it's on the economy or whether it's on prisons, that we just heard earlier from a statement. It's down to this Labour government to clear up the mess that they left, to fix the economy, to fix public services, boost people's living standards, cut immigration and get the waiting list down.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can I associate myself first with the comments repudiating anti-Semitism from my honourable right-honourable friend, the leader. In South Emsall, in my constituency, there is a clay pit where they've been working for 14 years, 4 years after the licence expired. Last year, an enforcement notice was taken out by the Environment Agency, and now we hear there are multiple breaches of the licence, but nothing has yet been done to close that operation down. So can we have a debate in government time on the enforcement powers of the Environment Agency in order that I can express my wish that immediate action is now taking place to protect that community?
Well, I'm really sorry to hear about the situation he describes in his constituency, where he does great work on behalf of his constituents, and that enforcement action isn't being taken where it should be. I will ensure that the Minister has heard his question today and that the Environment Agency take the action that they should be doing.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, it was revealed by the charities Tommy's and Sands that, tragically, delays in improving NHS maternity care are costing the lives of hundreds of babies a year. It follows the Care Quality Commission's findings that 65% of maternity units are not sufficiently safe, putting women and babies under threat. So will the leader grant government time to debate the crisis unfolding in our maternity units, the failure to implement the immediate and essential actions in the Ockenden review, and the government's decision to end the ring-fencing of £100 million for vital improvements to maternity care?
Hear, hear.
Well, can I thank her for that question? And as a mother myself, and I'm sure many others across this House, we all pay tribute to the amazing work that midwives and our maternity services do. I'm sure we can all remember every midwife that we have dealt with through our own births and other people's. She's absolutely right that after the parlour state that our maternity services were left in by the previous government, we do need to learn the lessons, and we need to make sure that our maternity services are fit for purpose, that they have the funding that they need, and that we take on board all of the experiences of those that have used the services and of the many inquiries, including the Ockenden inquiry. That's what the Secretary of State is doing. He will come to this House after he's considered all of those findings and all of those conversations to make an update. But can I assure her that the funding levels for maternity services have not gone down at all since the election, even though she describes the ring fence?
Caroline Harris.
Deputy Speaker. Over the last few days, the Welsh Rugby Union has announced plans to introduce a disproportionate funding formula that will disadvantage both the Ospreys and the Scarlets Rugby Union teams. Will the Leader of the House ask colleagues at the Department of Culture, Media and Sport to add their voices to a group of cross-party Welsh MPs who are asking the WRU to find a way to protect and equally support all four equally important regional Welsh rugby teams?
Well, she's a great champion for Welsh rugby and raises these issues with me regularly in these sessions, and I'm really sorry to hear about the new funding arrangements. I'm sure that Welsh Rugby have heard her question today and will respond and take action, and I will ensure a minister gets in touch with her as well.
On behalf of the Backbench Committee, Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chairman sends his apologies to you in the House. I know he will be pleased to have heard the Leader's comments about Tottenham Hotspur. In addition to the business already announced, the committee agreed at its meeting earlier this week that there would be another select committee report on Thursday, June the 5th, and that will be the Justice Select Committee. They also agreed debates in the Chamber on the 19th of June on incontinence and Windrush Day, and newly accepted debates for Westminster Hall for the 16th of June would be hydrogen-powered aviation, the role of carers, education in improving social mobility, and Down syndrome regression order. Could I also remind members that application forms for the main Estimates Day debate, which we anticipate in late June, are now available on the Backbench Business Committee website. And as regards general applications, we are swamped with applications, which is good news in one sense, but I would urge members to ensure that they get their applications in as quickly as possible, particularly if they're looking for a chamber debate, as we've got enough on the waiting list now to fill the chamber until November. Moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I was privileged to meet some teenagers from the Teenage Cancer Trust who were in Parliament following submitting a letter into the Department of Health and Social Care. They were remarkable young people who have clearly had an awful experience with cancer at an early age. So could I perhaps gently suggest to the leader that she might like to allocate some government time for a debate on that subject? Thank you.
Well, can I first of all thank the honourable gentleman for stepping in for the chair of the Backbench Business Committee, who I understand is still out celebrating in Bilbao and might eventually make his way back when he's finished celebrating, hopefully, and we'll look forward to seeing him after recess. And could I also pay tribute to the honourable gentleman for all his work that he does in business questions and elsewhere in raising the issues around British Steel and many of those issues in his own area of Scunthorpe. He raises a really important issue of teenage cancer, and I know that many of us have met those young people who are living with cancer and are getting treatment from cancer. I know the Secretary of State is particularly committed to these issues, and I'm sure he will be updating the House regularly.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday, those that are infected and affected by the contaminated blood scandal protested in Whitehall and handed in letters to number 10 Downing Street. They're angry that they've been excluded from overseeing the compensation process, and that the speed of the compensation process as a consequence of that is very slow. The government has promised a debate in government time on the contaminated blood scandal. Can I ask my right honourable friend, are we likely to get that debate this side of the summer recess?
Well, can I thank him once again for raising these important matters, which he does consistently and regularly. He knows that the government is committed to and will pay comprehensive compensation to the infected and affected in the infected blood scandal, and we are working at pace to ensure that compensation is paid out. We are also committed to a debate. We had a statement last week, I think, or the week before, a couple of weeks ago, to this House, and I will ensure that a debate, as promised, is forthcoming.
Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been working with residents of Meadowcroft Retirement Home in Bushey. They have suffered repeated failures by Anchor Homes, which has culminated this week in residents not being able to get an ambulance to that facility because of a faulty key box. Will the leader therefore find time for the House to debate the exploitation of vulnerable residents by companies like this?
Well, I'm really sorry to hear of this shocking incident from Anchor Homes. They have a responsibility to ensure, as he knows, that care can get in, that ambulances can get in, and this is really shocking to hear. And it's important that we do make sure that our care homes are operating to the highest standards, that they have the best people working there, and that all the residents can be safe and cared for. And I'm sure this would make a very popular topic for a debate.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the creation of the role of the National Security Advisor in 2010, every incumbent has come before the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy until this government. The Leader of the House will understand how accountability to this place is the cornerstone of our democracy. A failure for the NSA to meet with the committee would set a dangerous precedent for future governments to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. So will she use her position as a representative of this House in government to make sure that the NSA is held to account and appears before the committee?
Well, can I thank him for raising this with me directly and here today, and with the Leader of the House of Lords as well. And I will respond to him properly shortly as well. But we do take accountability very seriously indeed, and I will ensure that the committee is updated on the government's work to protect UK national security, and that relevant people are able to come before the committee to be scrutinised.
Before I call the next member, I am hoping to end this business statement around 2 o'clock. So can members please help each other out by keeping questions and answers short. Andrew Rossendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the outcome of the UK-EU summit earlier this week, will the Leader of the House grant a debate in government time about the state of British democracy? On the 23rd of June 2016, 70% of my constituents in Romford voted to leave the European Union, as did the rest of the United Kingdom. Yet this so-called EU reset is, in fact, a surrender of our hard-won Brexit freedoms. Rule-taking from Brussels once again, ECJ back in charge, British fish handed over to 2038, and billions of payments back to the European Union. Will the Leader of the House please let the British people's views be paramount and not the short-term views of this government?
Well, I think what people voted for in the referendum was to leave the European Union, but to retain many benefits of trade and cooperation, which his government failed to negotiate in the aftermath of that referendum, and this government has brought about. And he can't have it both ways, because one of the promises that his government made was that leaving the EU meant we could do lots of other free trade deals with other countries. That's what this government has delivered. A trade deal with India, unique and unprecedented, and a trade deal with the US as well. So we can't have surrendered ourselves to the EU if we're getting those trade deals at the same time as securing the benefits. And he will know that in actual fact what has happened since we've left the EU is that we've had to adopt all the standards and regulations from the EU in order to continue trading with them, but we've had absolutely no benefit from doing that. And now we've got those free trade benefits as well as doing that. So I'm sorry to say our deal is far better than the deal that his government got.
Neil Kyle.
Speaker. On Saturday, my constituent Vimal Pandya received Freedom of Bermondsey at Southwark Cathedral for his exceptional work running the Royal Hyde Community Kitchen, feeding hundreds of people weekly. For his equally exceptional work during COVID lockdowns, he was recognised by Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. But he has recently been detained by the Home Office. So can we have a debate in government time to ensure that Home Office exceptional circumstances criteria do recognise truly exceptional people like Vimal and the amazing contribution they make to communities like mine?
Well, he'll be aware that I can't comment on individual cases, but I will ensure a minister gives him a reply on his individual cases. And we are regularly in this House discussing issues relating to immigration and visas, and I will ensure there's ample opportunity in the future as well.
Helen Morgan.
I'm the chair of the Digital Communities All-Party Group, and at our meeting on Tuesday, we heard from industry executives that the shared rural network has been rolled out well ahead of schedule. But I'm afraid my constituents haven't really noticed any discernible difference to their mobile signal on the ground. So I wonder if we could have a debate in government time to discuss what a decent mobile signal looks like for rural areas and how on earth we're actually going to deliver it.
Yeah. Well, mobile black spots is a real challenge for many of our constituents, and thank her for raising these issues today. I will ensure she gets a full response, but I know that any time anyone applies for a debate on these issues, they are very well subscribed to.
Caroline Downage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House may be aware that cheerleading is one of the fastest growing sports in the UK and also achieves the remarkable feat of keeping young girls engaged in sport at an age when so many of them disengage with school sports. But she might not know that two of the best cheerleading teams in the country are in the Gosport constituency. In fact, both Storm and Jessie Lee Dance and Cheer came back from the World Summit in Florida early this month with gold medals with first place trophies. I would love to see many more young people get involved in this sport. It has now been recognised as a sport by Sport England, but they're not yet able to apply for funding to support more disadvantaged youngsters to get involved. So I wonder if the Leader of the House would lead the cheer for cheerleading as a debate here in Parliament.
Well, I don't have my pom-poms with me, but if I did, I certainly would. But she raises a really important matter. Cheerleading, I'm really glad, has been recognised as a sport because, as she says, I think particularly for young women and girls, this is a great way to keep active and to keep involved in sport. And can I congratulate her constituents on their gold medals and for all that they're doing for cheerleading this sport into the future.
Joe Platt.
So to mark the National Association of British Market Authorities Love Your Market campaign, I want to express my support for Lee Market in my constituency. It's a vibrant hub of creativity, entrepreneurship and community spirit, and this Saturday it will be hosting live events and workshops. So will the Leader of the House join me in celebrating local markets and recognising how they remain vital to the regeneration of our town centres?
Well, Lee Market is brilliant, and thank her for raising it here this morning. Love Your Local Markets is a great campaign because she's absolutely right that markets really are at the heart of the regeneration of our town centres.
Sir Christopher Chirp.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can we have an early debate on the refusal of the Bank of England to comply with its 2% inflation target? And will the Leader of the House facilitate a meeting between me and Treasury Ministers to see whether the government will be willing to support my Bank of England inflation targets bill due for second reading on the 11th of July, which makes provision for penalties against the Court of Directors of the Bank of England for failure to meet inflation targets?
Well, we did have Treasury oral questions earlier this week where he could have raised these issues, but I'm really proud that the previous Labour government gave the Bank of England independence. I think that's been a really important part of the fiscal stability that we've had in this country, sometimes ignored by his government and the party opposite, I'm sorry to say. Inflation is on its way down, interest rates are on their way down, and that's what this government's delivering.
Paulette Hamilton.
Deputy Speaker, the unchecked proliferation of HMOs and exempt accommodation is devastating communities across my constituency of Birmingham-Erdington. Birmingham now has the highest number of exempt accommodation claims in the country. Wards in my constituency rank amongst the worst affected by HMOs in the city, crippling neighbourhoods and overwhelming local services. Given the urgency of this crisis, will the Leader of the House commit to scheduling a debate in government time to discuss how to ensure no community is left behind while this issue is left in limbo? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, I know this is a huge issue in Birmingham, the quality of HMOs and exempt accommodation, and it's frankly a disgrace, the quality of it. We are determined to improve the quality of supported housing, and we are consulting on reforms in this regard, and at the same time we're progressing with the Renters' Rights Bill in the other House, and that will give local authorities more powers in this area.
Flynn.
I begin by echoing the revulsion of the Leader of the House in respect of the anti-Semitic murders in the United States of America just in recent hours. Cruel and a policy that sees the third child treated almost as a second-class citizen. Not my phrasing, Madam Deputy Speaker, but that of Gordon Brown in describing the Labour Party's two-child benefit cap. And it is the Labour Party's two-child benefit cap because they went through the voting lobbies to retain it just last year. Now in Scotland, we know the SNP is going to be scrapping the two-child benefit cap. But based upon his U-turn yesterday in respect of the winter fuel allowance, I was wondering whether the Leader of the House can advise us whether another one is likely in respect of this heinous policy.
Well, this government, this Labour government, like the last Labour government, is absolutely determined to reduce child poverty in this country, and we will be judged on our actions over the course of this Parliament, whether we are reducing child poverty or not, and it's something we are determined to do. So I thank him for his advice, and I thank the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, who I greatly respect, for his advice as well. But our child poverty strategy will be coming out later this summer, and he'll have ample opportunity to discuss that then.
Serena Brackenridge.
Deputy Speaker, will the Leader of the House join me in thanking Wensfield History Society and all who organised the moving 80th anniversary service for the Lancaster bomber crash, which took place just 9 days after VE Day in 1945, where 7 young airmen lost their lives in Wensfield. It was deeply moving to stand with the crew's family and see the community come together to pay their respects and watch an awe-inspiring fly past.
Well, what a lovely tribute the Honourable Lady's just paid there to the History Society in her constituency for marking the 80th anniversary of the Lancaster bomber crash in her constituency. And it's moments like these where people come together to recreate what happened that we all stand together to remember the great sacrifice that all of those gave in the Second World War.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Can I ask the Leader on what basis the government is claiming that the Lord's amendment to the Data Bill engages financial privilege, given that it contains no spending commitments? Will the government engage with supporters of the amendment in the other place and with the creative industries in order to find a way forward rather than trying to use spurious procedural arguments?
Well, can I assure him that we obviously are debating the Lord's amendments after this session shortly, and we'll have ample time to do that. It will go back to the Lords, and we'll continue to have those debates between the two houses on this important matter, which I know is of great importance to many members across this House. We are committed to trying to get the balance right between supporting our valued creative industries and the rights that they hold, and also supporting the future of the AI industry. And that's why we will be legislating in the future around some of these issues, and we've got the consultation running. But we do welcome the debate, and we will continue to have that debate with members across both houses.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The wonderful Wyndham train station in my constituency will be marking its 180th birthday in July, which is great news. But we can't roll out the cake just yet because it's not accessible to all. It's currently, the centre platform cannot be reached. So can I urge for a debate within government time on how we can get the Access for All funding supported for all the stations up and down the country that desperately need it?
Well, can I thank him for raising this issue of access for all in his constituency in Norfolk. And it gets raised with me very, very regularly at these sessions. And I know that ministers will come to this House and update us shortly on the review of the access for all funding. But also, I would encourage him and others to apply for debate, because I think it would be very popular indeed.
Dr. Andrew Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the burning issues in my constituency is waste incinerators. When can we have a debate on the government's proposals for either placing a moratorium on these things like Scotland and Wales, or introducing a tax on incineration, a bit like the landfill tax, to encourage reduction of waste and reusing and recycling it rather than consigning it to the great landfill in the sky?
Well, absolutely. We are taking steps, and we have set out new rules around waste incinerators, and they will only receive planning approval if they meet new strict criteria, and they must demonstrate how they're going to move forward and be part of the circular economy and not part of landfill. But it does get raised with me a lot in these sessions. I know it's a matter of importance to this House, so I will ensure that he gets an update from ministers and that the rest of the House is kept updated.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Community ownership of assets can be incredibly valuable, and I'd like to congratulate the village of Ochtertool on their new community ownership of the Teal pub. Meanwhile, in North Queensferry, the community is working hard to take ownership of the Albert Hotel, but their efforts were blocked by SNP government ministers who rejected their application to exercise their right to buy. Will the Minister join me in urging the Scottish Government to give way to the Save the Albert campaign, reverse the decision and let the residents of North Queensferry take this much-loved village asset into community ownership? Yeah. And will she make government time for a debate on community ownership?
Yeah. Well, community ownership and community right to buy is a key part of this government's agenda to devolution. And I'm really sorry to hear that the Scottish Government has rejected the application for her constituent. That is something that I don't think should have happened. But we will be debating the importance of community right to buy in forthcoming legislation.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Val Upton is a pillar of the community in the village of Linfield in my constituency of Mid Sussex. Among the many hats she wears in her village is her involvement in the Royal British Legion. And when I saw Val a couple of weeks ago at the 30th celebration of the Eastern Road Nature Reserve, she asked me to find out whether there could be more notice given for celebrations and commemoration events for VJ Day than were provided for VE Day. So I asked the Leader of the House, is it possible to get more notice?
Well, can I thank Val Upton for all the community work that she does in Mid-Sussex in her constituency. I hear her question. I will ask that question of ministers and make sure that she and Val get the reply they deserve.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The villages and towns across my Cramlington and Kilnworth constituency rely heavily on our bus services. And despite this, my big bus survey, which I've been running recently, shows that local people too often find buses to be unreliable, inaccessible, and they don't take them to the places they need them to go. Will the upcoming bus bill be an opportunity to debate how this government is putting communities back in the driving seat and how a system can work for all of our areas?
Well, I'm really pleased to hear about the results from her big bus survey. She's absolutely right. People want affordable, reliable bus services that take them to places that they need to go. And that's why our buses bill will give local areas the powers to do that. I've seen what happens when local areas like mine in Manchester have those powers, and what they've done is increased massively the amount of people using those bus services and brought in extra funding from doing so.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And last week I was lucky enough to have the second bill on Friday. Unfortunately, it was timed out, rightfully so, for the assisted dying side. Two of my constituents, Rue and Ada, have got in contact with me about it. It was about dog-on-dog attacks. Now, I must declare an interest. Rue and Ada are my whippets and they live with me, but they are concerned about dog-on-dog attacks, as are many people up and down in Leicestershire. So could the government find time to have a debate on dog-on-dog attacks and responsible dog ownership?
Well, absolutely. I'm sorry that Rue and Ada, if they have ever been on a dog-on-dog attack, I'm sure that they are well in his ownership. But it's a really important matter. I'm sorry we didn't get to his private member's bill, but maybe there'll be further opportunity later this session to do so. But he raises a very important matter.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hartlepool's seaside community of Seaton Carew has earned a top quality award from environmental charity Keep Britain Tidy. The Seaside Award accolade is only given to English beaches that are safe, clean and meet the highest environmental standards. Excellent. Will the Leader of the House join with me in congratulating council staff and volunteer litter pickers, including the brilliant people from Hartlepool Big Town Tidy Up, for their exceptional work in making our community a better place for us all to live?
Well, absolutely. Can I thank all the volunteers and council staff from the Big Town Tidy for getting Seaton Carew to be so tidy and winning the Seaside Award. What a fantastic activity that sounds. That's bringing, I'm sure, lots of tourists and enjoyment for local people in their clean seaside town.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In January, the CQC warned that paediatric care at Yeovil District Hospital requires significant improvement. The maternity unit has now suddenly closed, initially for 6 months, creating real fear. This follows the closure of the hospital's hyperacute stroke unit. Can we have a debate on government time on improving hospitals, investment, management and infrastructure so that we can discuss protecting hospital services in Yeovil and across the country?
Well, this government's absolutely committed to improving our NHS and hospital services in Yeovil and elsewhere after what we inherited from the party opposite in terms of our public services. I will ensure that he gets a ministerial reply about what's happening in his local hospital with PEDS and other services and why they've been closed and what action is being taken after the CQC report.
Elsie Blundell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Leader of the House knows, good internet connectivity is vital for economic growth, productivity and ensuring that everyone has access to the benefits of being online. But in many parts of Middleton, in my constituency, less than 6 miles from Manchester city centre, people and businesses are being held back, many with no connectivity whatsoever. I've been working locally to address the issue. Covering my campaign, the Manchester Evening News reported the entire town has become a signal dead spot and locals are sick of it. Will the leader work with me to secure a debate to provide a forum for members to relay similar concerns about the lack of mobile signal in urban areas and to ensure that the full scale of this national challenge is relayed to government?
Well, can I congratulate her on her campaign for all the attention that she's getting and bringing her community together to tackle the mobile black spot in Rochdale and in Middleton as well. I will ensure that she gets a ministerial reply, but as this is the second question relating to mobile black spots from across the House, can I suggest that members get together and get a debate on this important matter?
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government is implementing its plans for UK transport, including major interventions on rail and buses, but also road and aviation. So far, it has ignored the plight of UK island residents, including like mine on the Isle of Wight, where we pay up to £400 to take a car back and forth a 4-mile journey. Will the government do more, and will the Leader of the House do more by allowing a debate on government time in this House to discuss the cost of transport to and from UK islands?
Well, can I first of all thank him for recognising all the work that the government is doing to make sure that our transport infrastructure, trains, rail, aviation, our transport infrastructure is there into the future and is fit for purpose. I hear what he says about the particular issues faced by his constituents on the Isle of Wight and on other isles, and I will ensure he gets a full ministerial response, and I would encourage him to apply for an adjournment debate because I think that would be a very good topic for him.
Ewan Steinbank.
Speaker, as honourable friends in the Scottish Parliamentary Labour Party are sick of being reminded, it has been another distinctly fantastic season for football in Falkirk. Will the Leader join me in congratulating everyone at Falkirk Football Club for securing back-to-back promotions and a return to Premiership football for the first time in 15 years? Congratulate them on the restoration of the Youth Academy, as well as congratulating Staines Thistle and Allendale for becoming the first Falkirk-based club to win the Scottish Amateur Cup in over 100 years.
Well, these things don't always go down well with absolutely everybody, but can I very much join him in congratulating Falkirk FC on their back-to-back promotion and all the success that they've had this season, and I hope that continues for them into the next one.
Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The recent no-notice closure of the Special Care Baby Unit and Maternity Unit at Yeovil District Hospital has shocked residents across Glastonbury and Somerton. A soon-to-be first-time dad from Martock told me, "We are now left in this limbo state as the local NHS Trust takes care of its poor management affairs." He is not alone. Many have expressed their concerns that not adequate steps have seemingly been taken by the ICB and Somerset NHS Trust to protect maternity care services in Yeovil. So, could we have a debate on government time, specifically on improving maternity care services?
Well, again, I'm really sorry to hear about the closure of services at Yeovil Hospital. I don't know the reasons behind it, but I will ensure that all members relevant to the catchment area of that hospital are updated by ministers about what the action plan is to reopen those services as quickly as possible. But she raises an important point, which many across this House take a great interest in, ensuring that we've got the very best world-class maternity services available for every single community across the country, and I'm sure it would make a very good topic for debate.
David Baines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Corporal Andy Reid, MBE, was severely injured while on patrol in Helmand Province in 2009. He defied the odds to survive and has defied the odds every day since. He's undertaken a huge amount of charity work, including through his foundation, the Standing Tall Foundation, which does incredible work across St Helens and across the whole region and the whole country, in fact. Today, at a ceremony in St Helens, he's receiving the King's Coronation Medal. Will the Leader of the House please join me in paying tribute to Andy and all the work he's done, and thanking him for his service and everything he continues to do for people up and down the country?
Well, absolutely delighted to join him in congratulating Corporal Andy Reid on receiving the King's Coronation Medal today in his constituency of St Helens. He sounds like a remarkable man who's made a remarkable contribution. I'm sure the whole House will wish him well.
Dr Neil Shastrahurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The petition to protect Northern Ireland veterans from prosecution has, in the matter of days, amassed almost over 98,500 signatures. Can the leader commit, once it reaches the 100,000 threshold, that it will be granted debating time at the earliest opportunity?
Well done.
Well, as he knows, all petitions that receive the 100,000 signatures are considered by the Petitions Committee and are allocated time in Westminster Hall. There are some issues like this that attract a great deal of attention. That's what the petitions process is for. And in fact, the Modernisation Committee, which I chair, we are looking at whether we can give more opportunity to the Petitions Committee to get more of these debates in the floor of the House in Westminster Hall.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first put on record and associate myself with the comments about the terrible anti-Semitic attacks in the US overnight. Madam Deputy Speaker, the horrors in Gaza aren't just about the young lives lost, they're also about lost opportunities. These last few weeks I've been speaking to an incredibly bright young Palestinian student in Gaza who's due to start university in Cambridge in September. But she can't get a study visa because she's trapped in Gaza by the bombing and can't get to a visa centre. She's supported by myself, the university and the Cooperative Group, a great Manchester business that looks after its values well. Can I ask the Leader if she'll help find time for a debate about how we solve challenges like this and how we support students in conflict zones get the best for their futures?
Well, can I thank him for raising this, because I think personal stories like this really do bring to light, if we needed it any more, of the true horrors that are happening in Gaza at the moment, and that's why this government has taken a very strong stance about some of those issues. I'm really sorry to hear about the struggles that his constituent, his hope-to-be constituent is having in getting a visa, and I will ensure that the Minister gives him a full response about this case, but it is a very important matter he raises.
Pete Wishart.
A statement about political advertising and what is not acceptable, because a disgusting racist advert has been released by Reform at the Hamilton by-election, where a speech from the Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar has been selectively edited to question the identity and loyalty of the Scottish Labour leader. Now, we may profoundly disagree with Anas Sarwar on a range of issues, but he is a proud Scot who always attempts to put the interests of his country first. In Scotland, we are united against this sort of gutter politics, and would you agree that this is everything that we are not in Scotland?
Well, can I really thank the Honourable Gentleman for the way in which he asked that question, and for putting on record his disgust, quite honestly, at the way in which people do warp what other people say and edit things together to give a different impression of their values and of their opinions, as sounds like is the case against Anas Sarwar, and I thank him greatly for that. We do absolutely have to tackle mis- and disinformation, especially when it comes to our political discourse, and parties that purport to be mainstream parties really should know better than to engage in this type of activity. The Electoral Commission do have powers in this regard, but we recognise that those powers and some of the laws around this need strengthening, and that's why we're bringing forward an elections bill next year. But I hope that the Reform Party have heard his question today and take down the video that he describes.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Scottish National Party pretend to be on the side of our elderly people in our communities. But despite the rhetoric, SNP-led Renfrewshire Integrated Board have taken the heartless decision to slash funding to the food train. That's a vital volunteer initiative that supports our elderly residents with pre-prepared meals, shopping and helps them to live independently. This cut to their funding is despite the Scottish Government having received a record-breaking funding settlement from this Labour Government. So will the Leader of the House join with me in condemning the Renfrewshire IJB's heartless decision with regards to cutting the funding to the food train?
Well, I'm really sorry to hear about the funding decisions for the food train. It sounds like a short-sighted decision here. As she says, this government has given the Scottish Government a record settlement in its budget, and I hope that they will use that record budget to support local services like those in her constituency.
Victoria Collins.
Speaker, I'm sure we would all agree on the importance of protecting our chalk streams from pollution. I wrote to the Environment Agency nearly 2 months ago on the 28th of March regarding their investigation into Markyate wastewater treatment works, which has now been discharging raw sewage into the precious chalk stream, the River Ver, for over 4,000 hours. Despite the seriousness of this issue and its impact on my constituents, I have not yet to receive a reply. Will the Leader of the House offer her assistance in securing a response and a meeting with the Environment Agency on this urgent matter?
Well, I'm sorry to hear that she's not heard back from the Environment Agency, and others have already raised that with me today and do on other occasions where those enforcement powers aren't being used and responses are not being given, and that's just not acceptable. I will ensure that the Environment Agency have heard her question today, but I would just reassure her that this government is absolutely committed to cleaning up our waterways, to give people the powers that they need to take on water bosses where they need taking on. That's why we've got the Water Special Measures Act now in force, and there will be further legislation coming forward to make some wider reforms to our water industry.
Alistair Strathern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been fantastic to secure investment from GB Energy in much-needed rooftop solar for Lister Hospital, saving thousands off the hospital's bills that can be better spent treating patients. But we shouldn't stop there. Far too many homes in my constituency are currently being built without solar panels, meaning their new residents are missing out on the bill-saving potential they bring. Could we have a statement from the Secretary of State for Housing to make sure that we're toughening up regulations on solar panels so that more new homes in the future are built with all of the benefits they come with?
I'm really glad to hear that the investment from GB Energy into solar panels on his local hospital is welcome and is already taking effect. He raises a really important issue about how we can make sure that solar and all the other advances in green technologies can be really fully utilised in new homes of the future, and that's what this government is committed to doing.
Anne Davies.
My constituency's daughter, Greta Marie Otterson, and her fiancé, Arno Els Quinton, tragically died in Vietnam on Christmas Day. The limoncello drink, which had been supplied by a local restaurant, was contaminated with methanol, a toxic industrial chemical sometimes used instead of alcohol. Greta's parents, Susan and Paul Otterson, are seeking transparency and justice. And notwithstanding their attempt to do so over the last 5 months, they remain without answers. Could the Leader of the House please ask the Foreign Office to urgently provide them with an update, either Greta's parents or my office, on the ongoing criminal case? Thank you.
Leader of the House.
Well, absolutely. I'm sure, like many other members of this House, I remember distinctly hearing of the shocking nature of this case over Christmas, and I'm sorry that her constituents have suffered since and not been able to get the answers that they need to the deaths of their loved ones. I will absolutely ensure that the Minister is in touch with her at the earliest possible opportunity to ensure that her constituents get the answers and support that they need in this case.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the first metrologist elected to this House, I think it falls to me to remind members that Tuesday earlier this week was World Metrology Day, and that this year we particularly celebrated the 150th anniversary of the Meter Convention. That's the international treaty that established the Bureau International des Poids et Mesures and allows the creation of the modern metrological framework that allows our modern world to exist. As the Product Regulation and Metrology Bill passes through this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Leader of the House join me in wishing everybody a very happy, if slightly belated, World Metrology Day?
Well, absolutely. We all bring our own special expertise to this House, and I think the Honourable Gentleman's expertise is particularly noteworthy and unique. By the sound of it. So I'm sure we can all congratulate him and others on World Metrology Day, and I'm really pleased that we've had a bill coming into this House with his arrival to this House as well on the product regulation and meteorology. He can take full credit for it.
Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few short years ago, when I was a bright-eyed 9-year-old boy, I visited the Leicester City football training ground of Beaver Drive. That was the first time I saw the young Gary Winston Lineker. He went on to be my sporting hero, being top scorer at virtually every football club he's played, Golden Boot winner in '86 World Cup and an England captain. But for the past 26 years, Gary's been a national Saturday night institution as the face of Match of the Day. He's brought us sharp analysis, very dry humour, and even when Leicester City won the league, he brought out his boxing shorts. So will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to our Gary for his remarkable run on Match of the Day, his contribution to countless childhood cancer charities, and wish him all the best as he signs off from the sofa for the very last time this weekend?
Leader of the House.
Well, can I thank him for taking the opportunity to raise that? I'm sure the whole House will want to pay tribute and thank Gary Lineker, who has been a remarkable Match of the Day presenter for many, many years now. He really has brought football and the football highlights to life for many of us, and I'm sure we will all want to pay tribute to him.
Claire Hughes.
Celebrated its 129th anniversary last Sunday. So would the Leader of the House join me in thanking the Friends of the Pier for organising an amazing event, just one that's happening this year, as Bangor celebrates its 1500th year.
Leader of the House.
Well, happy birthday to Bangor Pier, and I'm sure we'll all join in that celebration with her.
Jamie Stern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People living in the north of Scotland are forced to pay extortionate delivery charges for goods they order from further south. Delivery charges far higher than people in Glasgow or Edinburgh or Birmingham would have to pay. This is a fundamental injustice. Could I respectfully ask the Leader of the House, could we have a debate in government time on something that's very, very wrong indeed?
Leader of the House.
Well, he raises a really important matter, the differential in delivery costs for rural communities and communities like his, who often are the ones who need those deliveries the most. And I shall certainly raise that with ministers and get a full response for him.
Michelle Welsh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In just over a week's time, the independent review into maternity services at Nottingham University Hospitals Trust is due to close to new cases. This is the largest review into maternity services in NHS history, with over 2,300 families now involved. Will the Leader of the House join me in thanking Donna Ockenden, her team and the affected families, and also encourage anyone else who can to come forward before the 31st of May? And I'm the third person in this House on business questions to raise this today. I would like, as would those affected families, for this government to spend time to debate in this House the future of maternity services as the issues become more and more pressing.
Leader of the House.
Well, can I join her in thanking Donna Ockenden for all the tremendous work that she's doing into the independent review of maternity services at Nottingham University. As she says, a number of people, including herself, have raised the future of maternity services and the quality of maternity services with me today. I will, when I leave the chamber, speak to the Secretary of State for Health and encourage him to make time to come to this House and update the House and ensure that members are well informed about the review and its progress.
Tom Morrison.
Thank
Madam Deputy Speaker. On New Year's Day, hundreds of homes and businesses were flooded across Cheadle constituency, and this followed similar floods in 2016 and 2019. Since then, residents have been desperately fighting to get a commitment from government and the Environment Agency to ensure this never happens again, but the process really isn't transparent and clear. So can we have a debate on how communities can engage organisations like the Environment Agency to help secure their areas from flooding so this never happens again?
Leader of the House.
Well, I remember well the floods in his constituency, and I'm really sorry that his constituents are still dealing with the aftermath of that, and they're unable to get the answers that they need and the support they need from the Environment Agency. A number of colleagues have now raised the lack of responsiveness of the Environment Agency with me today, so I will ensure that they are all heard. But rest assured, this government takes flooding and the flood consequences of flood incredibly seriously. That's why we've set up the task force and put record levels of funding into it.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I'm sure you know, it's time for trams in West Yorkshire. I want to thank all of the colleagues from across this House and the other place as well for supporting Tracy Braben and I as we lead the charge to secure mass transit in West Yorkshire. The benefits are obvious. We know it'll create jobs, we know it'll bring growth, we know it'll bring investment. And so ahead of the spending review, will the Leader of the House grant a debate in government time on why it is finally time to bring trams back to Leeds and bring trams to West Yorkshire?
Well, absolutely. He's raised this with me before, and he's a fantastic campaigner and advocate for the tram system coming to Leeds. I'm sure his near neighbour has heard his question today ahead of the spending review. I'm sure she will also want to see trams coming to Leeds as well. I know what a great benefit they have been for Manchester, and I hope that Leeds gets them soon too.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Businesses in Thornbury and Yate are crying out for business rates change. From the play shed that's seen its relief cut from 75% to 40%, to the company told they'd have to wait at least a year to get a revaluation after they subdivided some units. So, will the Leader of the House ensure that the government brings to this House a statement setting out how it will review business rates?
Leader of the House.
Well, she will already be aware that we've made some changes to business rates, bringing in a new lower business rate for small independent businesses in constituencies like hers and others. And I'm sure that in due course, further announcements will be made, and I will ensure they are made in the House.
Luke Meyer.
Decisions of this government, NHS waiting times have been falling consistently month on month, but there are still some delays for some very specific kinds of treatment. And my constituent, Alan, has been waiting over a year for the specialist corrective procedure he urgently needs. So will the Leader of the House agree that these delays in specialist treatment deserve serious parliamentary attention?
Leader of the House.
Well, can I join him in recognising that the waiting lists have now been falling month on month since last year. That's what this government is committed to doing. But we recognise that some specialist treatments are going to be a harder nut to crack, and I will ensure that he's updated on that issue.
And the final question on the business statement, Tessa Munt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week is National Epilepsy Week. And epilepsy is more than just seizures. It actually affects every area of somebody's life. With over 630 people suffering in the UK, every single MP in this House will actually have someone with this condition. In light of Epilepsy Week, can we have a debate in government time, please, for the government's commitment to improving access to care and the current treatment for those with this condition, particularly for those whose seizures don't respond to treatments at the moment?
Leader of the House.
Well, can I thank her for raising this during Epilepsy Week? This government is committed to improving care for people with neurological conditions, including epilepsy. We have got a transformation programme underway, and that is improving services, but there's much more to be done and that can be done. I will ensure that her and the rest of the House is kept updated.
Point of order.
And that concludes the business statement. Point of order, Sir Christopher Sharp.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm on record as having expressed my appreciation to the Leader of the House for her insistence that ministers should give accurate and timely responses to parliamentary questions. And I'm sure she will therefore share my disappointment that in answering my question earlier on, she asserted that inflation is falling when in fact it is not falling. It has reached 3.5%. She also chided me for having not raised this. She chided me for not having raised this issue at Treasury questions on Tuesday, but the news didn't come out until Wednesday. Is that the standard we are now expected to accept from the leader?
Order. I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. As he will know, that is a matter of debate and is not a matter for the chair. Point of order, Adam Jurgey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, I rise in my role as chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Ireland and the Irish in Britain regarding the Opposition Day backbench business debate on business and the economy yesterday, in which the Secretary of State, Secretary of State, and I quote, said, in response to an intervention from the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, I quote, "I'm not sure if one can subsist entirely on a seed potato. I think that may have been tried historically and not with enormous success."
Shocking.
These words appear to be referencing the tragedy of the Irish potato famine, which, if true, is of course offensive and insensitive, and of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, would have taken place at the time in the United Kingdom. So can you please advise on how best we can remedy any offence caused by outlining the process for an honourable member to withdraw such a statement?
I am grateful to the honourable member for giving me notice of his point of order. I take it that he has raised and notified the right honourable member for Arundel and South Downs that he intended to refer to him in the chamber. The chair is not responsible for the Shadow Secretary of State's remarks, but the honourable member has put his point on the record. I'll now give a few moments for the benches to settle.
The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Data Use and Access Bill Lords, consideration of Lords' message.
I must draw the House's attention to the fact that the Lords Amendment 49D engages Commons financial privilege. If Lords Amendment 49D is agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving Commons financial privilege to be entered in the Journal. We will now consider the Government motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 49D. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 49D. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by putting on record something that I should perhaps have said about in this place a bit more. I cherish the UK creative industries, their immense contribution to our national and personal lives, their embodiment of the best of human creativity, and the sincerity of their concerns about the future. I want to express my genuine gratitude to the whole of the creative sector. From national treasures like Sir Ian McKellen, Kate Bush, and yes, Sir Elton John, for whom all of their performances enrich our lives. And for me, having seen all of them perform live, I can say how much it has personally enriched mine too. And right through to local artists like Paulie the Painter, whose paintings of Hove enrich my ministerial office in Whitehall. But this isn't a competition about who loves the sector most. It is an argument about how best to champion the interests of creatives, large and small, and to protect and promote them into the future. The Data Use and Access Bill's purpose is to better harness data for economic growth, to improve public services and support modern digital government. I want to acknowledge that the agreements reached in the other place on scientific research and sex data to that end. The bill before us today is one step closer to completion, and I am grateful to Minister Jones for her work on these important issues, and I'm sure the House will unite in wishing her a happy birthday today. Yeah. It's a significant birthday, but I'm not going to do her the discourtesy of mentioning which one. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill was never intended to be about artificial intelligence, intellectual property and copyright. However, the other place has yet again suggested that, that there be an amendment on this, despite honourable members of this elected House having already removed a similar amendment twice before. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also note your decision that the amendment from the other place still conflicts with the financial privileges of this place. As my right honourable friend, the Minister for Data Protection and Telecoms, has stated repeatedly, we absolutely recognise that a workable solution on transparency is a key part of tackling this issue. But we absolutely disagree that this bill or this amendment is the right way to address it. Of course, I give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I thank him for mentioning Kate Bush. She's the love of my life and has been since I was 9. I just wonder that we have repeatedly spoken about the need for a tech solution to address this issue. I have a background in data and technology and have been meeting with several companies who seem to, between them, possibly have a tech solution. So I wonder if he might meet with me and them to discuss this.
Secretary of State.
I'm extremely grateful for her intervention, but also her love of Kate Bush, for which I share, but also her passion for finding a workable solution as a way forward on this. And as I go through my remarks, I hope she notices and will see that I propose and will propose a way forward that we can do to formalise the insight, wisdom and experience that the companies that she references can move forward with. Because the complexities around AI copyright law and understandable sensitivities of content creators, it needs to be done properly and carefully in a considered, measured and a reasoned way. That is what this government intends to do. In order to make progress, all of us need to work to find some common ground and reflect on things that we could have done better. In that spirit, let me say to this House and also to the other place that I regret the timing of the consultation about copyright and AI and the consideration of this bill and the way that the two collided. And that by indicating a preferred option, it appeared to some that I had taken a side in the debate before everyone had felt that they had been listened to. Of course I'll give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I welcome his words, and I like to hear the words of cherish and champion, and it's great to hear that in this House. And whilst acknowledging that there's no opt-out in the data bill, the Secretary of State mentions the consultation which was launched alongside this bill and does adjoin the very issues. Would my honourable friend, right honourable friend, confirm once and for all that the government's preferred opt-out option for copyright reservations is now abandoned?
Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful for her comment. Just to clarify, this bill is a legacy bill that's been in Parliament several times before, including under the previous government. So it was always inevitable that at whatever time the consultation was launched, it would have coincided with the bill that was going through Parliament, and it was never my intention to do so. But as I've just said, I accept that the impression, has indeed been given. But I believe at the time, going into the consultation, that opt-out could have offered an opportunity to bring both sides together. I now accept that that is not the case. Of course I'll give way.
pleased that he has accepted that. This afternoon, we will go to the Ivor Novello Awards to celebrate the best of our songwriting ability and talent across this country. A magnificent and wonderful display. These writers are seriously concerned that their works are going to be ingested and churned out in an inferior way. And there's nothing that the government are offering our creators. I've looked at this amendment the Lord's presented. It seems a reasonable amendment. What is wrong with it as a way forward?
Secretary of State.
As I've said, and as I will elaborate on, it is my belief, and it is this government's belief, that there is a better way forward to give the protections that creative sectors and creators need, and that will deliver them the certainties, protections, and the ability to see transparency, be remunerated, and for those large creators or those who represent them, more possibilities to deliver the licenses into the future and a raft more. We need to take these issues in the round, not one part of it. And I hope he has a great time at the Ivor Novellos, and I congratulate all of those who win today or have been nominated today and participating today, especially you two, who I think are going to receive an award, another creator that I've seen many times live. And I believe somebody was on their feet.
James Nash.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Many of my constituents have told me that they feel that their works have already been scraped, and they feel that AI development has already trampled over their rights. So what reassurances can he give me and continue to give me through his statement that we already recognise that this is a time-limited issue and action is required?
Secretary of State.
He makes a very pertinent point. And it is also the truth that so much content has already been used and subsumed by AI models, usually from other territories, and also under the current law. There is nothing that illustrates the need to have a comprehensive think about the way forward than the example to which he's just given. And I see the Right Honourable Lady, the Chair of the Select Committee, on her feet, and of course I give way.
To the Secretary of State for giving way, and I really appreciate the tone with which he's started his words. Ministers do keep repeating this mantra about the uncertainty of what our copyright law says about AI training, and there isn't any uncertainty. Commercial generative AI training on UK copyright work is illegal in the UK, but what rights holders need is what this amendment says: clear, relevant, accurate and accessible information about the use of their copyright works and the means by which they're accessed. That's exactly what it says here. A legislative vehicle in the future, however welcome, is going to be simply too late to protect the livelihoods of so many of the UK's 2.5 million creative workers who fear that this uncertainty line is just an excuse to undermine copyright law. Is the government really committed to proactively enforcing our copyright? And if not through this bill, and now, how and when?
Yeah. Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful for her intervention, thoughtful as always. I will just pick her up on one substantial point. I've not used the word uncertainty. I have not given the implication that the challenge we have is uncertainty. I think existing copyright law is very certain. It's just not fit for purpose. All of the dangers, all of the existing loss into AI models have happened with existing law. The challenges that we have, for which I will go into further, are happening currently. And we need to make sure that we can have a domestic legal system that is fit for the digital age, and we cannot rely on legislation that was created for and still only is effective in the analog age. So I want to give certainty. What I'm doing on my feet, and the reason for this statement at this moment of time, is to give the certainty in words, but also, most importantly, to give the certainty in legislation in the most rapid fashion possible, so that creatives and the AI sector can move forward together. Because unfortunately, this bill has at times been presented as a battle between creative industries and new technology companies. Nothing could be further from the truth, and I give way.
Holly Billington.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I really appreciate both the tone and indeed the direction of travel in his words. But I would ask, bearing in mind he is talking about in the most rapid fashion possible, Why is it that the government is refusing to put notice of backstop powers for transparency on the face of the bill? That is what the creative industries would like, to give reassurance that in the anticipation that there may be further legislation along the lines, you give the Secretary of State and the government gives themselves the powers to act when and if they see that, the current rules are being broken systematically by AI and tech companies.
Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful because nobody speaks with more passion about this subject and insight than the Honourable Lady does. I simply say that the amendment that is available is not comprehensive enough and it does not tackle the needs and the opportunities of both sectors going forward. And the only way that our country will benefit to the maximum potential that both of these sectors present our country is if we can bring them together and find a way forward and to do so in tandem. Pitting one against the other is unnecessarily divisive and damages both, and I'll give way in a moment. The truth is that growing Britain's economy needs both sectors to succeed and to prosper. Britain has to be the place where the creative industries and every bit as much as AI companies can invest, grow, are confident in their future prosperity that is assured. We have to become a country where our people can enjoy the benefits and the opportunities of both. There is an investment battle for Britain happening, and we must win it. I'll give way to whoever was on the...
James Frith.
Thank you. My right honourable friend's tone is most welcome, but it is also consistent with how he has been both in private and public on this matter, and I thank him for that, whilst sharing much of his taste in music also. Would the right honourable friend agree, shouldn't transparency be a prerequisite for all AI development, not a matter for copyright to handle? And if not now, will he commit to including these powers in secondary legislation should the voluntary approach fail?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful for his tone and also the way he is engaged so fruitfully and passionately and effectively, both on the record and, of course, in the conversations that we have had together. Transparency is the foundation upon which we will build the future solutions to this. I will go on in a moment to talk a bit more about how I intend to deliver that progress. But in order to have remuneration, in order to have the solutions and the empowerment that creatives need in the digital age, of course you need transparency. That is essential and it is immutable. And these are the things that I will strive to deliver on behalf of creatives in a way that is also enforceable and will make the tangible difference to give them the grip that they need in the digital age that they are currently lacking in the age that we live in now. I will give way, and then I'll give way here.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Now, he talks about delivering certainty, but does he not see that the certainty he is giving is to large multinational tech companies to get away with scraping original content that is copyrighted, but he is going to give them the certainty through this bill to abuse the rights of creatives?
Secretary of State.
In all sincerity, I'm confused by his intervention. The bill before us does not mention AI, it does not mention copyright. It has nothing to do with any of those items. The data bill is as I described at the beginning. Now, if there is a clause, a sentence, a paragraph of the legislation that is before us and for consideration that damages either the AI sectors or the creative industries, then I would like him to stand up and read that out. What I am proposing is a comprehensive solution in legislation for both of the opportunities and the challenges presented to the AI sector, which is a barrier for them investing here, and perhaps what is currently happening, which is a direction of travel that is posing an existential threat to the nature of the creative sector as we know it today. That is what I'm proposing, and I can assure the honourable gentleman that the data bill before us does not damage any of those interests in the way that he suggests.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you hugely to my honourable friend for the way he is absolutely comprehensively showing our commitment to creative industries. Like him, I am a huge nerd when it comes to amazing new innovations in data and in AI. Hugely enthusiastic about that, but I'm also share his equally huge enthusiasm for the creative industries. And I appreciate what he's saying about transparency. And for me, this is the absolute key point. But what happens and what is the backstop if voluntary does not create the transparency that creators need in order to understand how their creations are being used and if they're being remunerated properly or not for that?
State.
I'm grateful for her intervention. This is the reason why I opened the consultation in the first place, to try and understand where the concerns are, where the tech companies can provide their suggested solutions, and then on the back of which we can come together as two houses of parliament and two separate sectors to find the way forward. I accept that what I have on the table, and I hope that honourable members across the House and, of course, in the other place, if we can't answer the question that she is posing here today, how will the legislation that I'm proposing as soon as I can get through either House? We need to bring both sectors together. We need to have workable, implementable solutions that have grip in the digital age, and then have the confidence of both houses to get it forward. And it is the process for which we will deliver it that I am asking members across this House and in the other place to offer me a degree of trust that I will lead through that difficult, challenging process, which has bedeviled not just the current situation, but the government before, to deliver for those who need it the most. And of course, I give way to my honourable friend who's first on his feet, and then I'll come over here.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I also appreciate and thank him for the tone in which he's conducting this discussion. Having spent 2 decades running businesses and projects in the creative sector before entering this House, may I ask the Minister to confirm when the government intends to bring forward the promised AI and IP bill? And will he commit to prioritising transparency obligations in the next Parliament, or even find a suitable vehicle? And finally, will stakeholders be formally consulted before its introduction? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
You can see what a fast learner the honourable gentleman has been since he's been in his place. He got 3 questions into a 30-second intervention. If I take them in reverse order, yes, I assure him that I will engage with both sectors and give a meaningful voice, including to find ways of engaging views across the House in that process. On his first 2 questions, I just have to say that I have striven, perhaps even stretched the boundaries of the clarity in which I'm allowed to speak about the future when it comes to legislation and the processes and formalities of the House in which we are governed by traditions, conventions, and the wrath of the Leader of the House. So I know and I hope that those members with varying degrees of experience will understand when I offer my words that there are meanings behind them about the speed and the enthusiasm and my determination to get this resolved swiftly. But when it comes to the legislative programme of the House, that is in the hands of His Majesty the King and the Leader of the House, for which we have high regard, because I know she'll be watching somewhere in this building, ready to pounce should I step 1 millimetre out of line. But I hope that my honourable friend will understand as I go through my remarks and speak a bit more detail about my intentions, that the necessity for speed and alacrity underpins every single one of my words. And I give way once more before I make more progress.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. On this point about the speed and determination on the conventions of this House and with regard to the legislative programme, that in some ways gives him a case for putting backstop powers on the face of this bill in order to create the confidence that the creative industries require so that we do not have to wait for full legislation, that they will have some confidence now, would give the government the power to enforce that if there was seen by the government to pass the test that there was some transgressions. There is a case for what we are asking for because of those constraints.
I'm grateful again for her intervention. So let me be as direct as I possibly can. The amendment before us does not have powers enforcement included in it. The amendment before us gives powers to the Secretary of State, but no indication of how those powers should be used. So in that ambiguity, it would be incumbent on me to use the powers in a way I see fit, and I would see fit to do a thorough engagement on the back of such powers before using it, if I decide to use it at all. And then, of course, any of my successors in the post could well use those powers in vastly different ways, which would lead to great instability while in an area that I am determined to create stability. And finally, it would be disempowering for this place to have all of those powers within the hands of the Secretary of State and future Secretaries of State, when what we really need is a comprehensive set of legislative measures that this place and the other place have fully endorsed, is on statute, and can give the security that both sectors need into the future. And it was remiss of me to take her intervention, even though it was an important one, before my honourable friend, the member for York, for who I turn to now.
I'm really grateful to the Secretary of State, and I do take a word spoken at the dispatch box as a commitment, and therefore really welcome what the Secretary of State is saying today. Will he ensure that beyond transparency, there is also going to be accountability in the future? Because I think that is the element which is missing within the Lord's Amendment in particular, and also accountability of those businesses and platforms which then go on to make profit out of our creatives' work, and that they should be held to book as well as he approaches this in a more comprehensive way, working with the Secretary of State at the Department of Business and Trade as well.
Again, the range of interventions shows several things, including the breadth of wisdom and experience within this House, but also the complex nature of the issue at hand, which is all being dealt with by one measure, one amendment, which doesn't actually touch on many of the issues which I am being questioned about. Again, reinforces the need to deal with this issue in its entirety, with all of its complexities. So the point that she raises is a point that I will turn to shortly, but the extraterritorial nature of the way that AI is being consumed, scraped, brought into the models, does add challenges to have the grip. That is why having a bill which incentivises investment in this country, alongside giving modern digital rights and obligations in the digital age to creatives, is a way for which we can incentivise companies to come and obey the law of this land as we move forward into the digital age. I believe there was one more person on their feet for whom I haven't yet to get to.
And thank the Secretary of State for giving way. And whilst I agree with most of his music recommendations, I would like to also pay tribute to Girls Aloud, who are the ultimate pop icons in the British music industry. But can a close second. Can I ask the Secretary of State if he will commit to chairing a cross-sector working group with both the AI industries but also the creative sector in the room to help inform any future legislation?
Secretary of State.
I kind of regret taking that intervention because the first band has been raised that I haven't seen live, but I do have some life goals yet. I'll add it to my bucket list. I'm going to turn to the point that she raised, and I'm going to make progress because we have a limited time here, and I want to make sure that opposition figures have all the time that they need to make their points. But it is why that these issues need serious and dedicated consideration. We have never needed the language of conflict, betrayal, or slavery in this debate. It is time now to tone down the unnecessary rhetoric, and instead, I'm going to make some progress, and I'll try and give way a bit later. It is time to tone down the unnecessary rhetoric and instead recognise that the country needs to strike a balance between content and creativity, transparency and training, and recognition and reward. That can't be done by well-meaning but ultimately imperfect amendments to a bill that was never intended to do such a thing. The issue of AI copyright needs properly considered and enforceable legislation, drafted with the inclusion, the involvement, and the experience of both creatives and technologists. To that end, I can tell the House that I am now setting up a series of expert working groups to bring together people from both sectors on transparency, on licensing, and other technical standards to chart a workable way forward. I will ensure that the outcome of these endeavours are made available to members of both houses. I know that people want this issue resolved speedily. I understand that. Just as I understand the anger and the frustration of creatives who feel their contribution is being taken without proper recognition or reward. The copyright system must be designed so that it works for both creatives and AI companies alike. I'm going to make some progress, but other voices will be heard. Much of the creative content on the internet has already been scraped elsewhere in the world. We cannot turn back time, nor should we kid ourselves that we can exercise extraterritorial reach that we simply do not have. My determination is to get this absolutely right. Not just rush it, right now, to make ourselves feel better, but make no real improvements to the status quo. So, let me be absolutely clear to the House. I get it, and I will get it right. Yeah. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, just as I regret that this has been portrayed as a choice between creatives and artificial intelligence, it is regrettable to me that this has become an issue of contention between this House and the other place. This House is not putting the interest of one sector above another. That would be the wrong approach. The right approach is recognising that this is too important, too complex issue to be rushed. It deserves proper consideration. It requires us to accept our responsibility to do this right in a way that reflects the seriousness of the situation and the sensitivities of both sectors. For now, let's just put this data bill behind us. I give way.
Julian Lewis.
Full to the Minister for giving way, and given the constructive tone that he's taking today, would he like to say a word of praise for the upper house, without whose determination to keep revisiting this matter, he might not have felt it quite so necessary to come to the House today and outline in such detail the constructive alternatives that he wishes to put forward?
Secretary of State.
I of course, acknowledge the point he makes, and already in my speech have a couple of times acknowledged the work of the upper house, several members within it, and the constructive way that we have resolved other ways, other parts of the bill, in a very functional way for which both houses were designed to work in cooperation, sometimes with tension, but ultimately to deliver the legislation that government intends to introduce using the primacy of this place. I hope that he will recognise that this is not the first time I've engaged privately and publicly. Many of the statements that I've made today have been done so, but not in the kind of pointed way that I'm doing here now. That, I hope, rises to the moment for which we are in, and I've already acknowledged how I, looking back, would have taken other actions to have brought this to a conclusion much sooner. And I hope that other members around this House and in the other place will similarly act in a way that can put this moment behind us so we can focus on a way that uses the power of government and, of course, the power of both houses to get this right for those sectors who are counting on us to do just that. So, from this moment, I give this House, at the dispatch box, my personal commitment to unstinting work alongside both sectors together to resolve the contentious issue of AI and copyright quickly, effectively, and I will report back to this House regularly on progress being made. My responsibility as Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology is to bring forward proposals on copyright that can deliver the balance we seek between the interests of the creative and the AI industries. We will do that, and we will get it right. I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49D. Shadow Minister... Point of order, Sir John Whittingdale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State has spoken for 33 minutes in a debate that lasts for an hour. We have yet to hear from the opposition front bench. There will not be time to have a proper debate on this, which is a matter of great importance to a number. Can the government please make available more time than just a 60-minute time limit?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his point of order? It was, in fact, not a point of order, and he would be aware that the programme motion has already been agreed to by the House. Dr Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As honourable members know, the substance of this bill began with the previous government in recognition of the need to streamline and harness the use of data to grow the economy and drive improvement in the delivery of public services. As I've said before, when this bill started its life, most of us had no idea it would become the vehicle for addressing some of the most important social and technological issues of our time. While I welcome the huge benefits the data bill will bring to the economy and public services when it comes into force, I fear this bill will go down in the government's record as the bill of missed opportunities. A missed opportunity to fix our flawed public data sets, which present a barrier to tracking and tackling inequalities in areas such as women's health. A missed opportunity to commit to a review of protections for children and their use of social media platforms, and to commit to taking action to increase those protections where the evidence shows there is good reason. And a missed opportunity to provide much needed certainty to two of our key growth industries, the creative and AI sectors, over how they can interact to promote their mutual growth and flourishing. It could be seen somewhat dispiriting to be back at the dispatch box yet again, having the debate on copyright and AI with the ministerial team, but I see there's been an upgrade since our last outing at the dispatch box. I would like to say, though, that I do pay tribute to the Secretary of State for the tone and approach in terms of how he has taken this debate, particularly in recognition of previous mistakes made. I think as politicians, we don't say sorry or recognise mistakes or where we want things to have gone better enough, and I appreciate him making these statements at the dispatch box. But the fact is, the fact that we're here is a testament to the determination and sincere concern among members of both houses and across both benches, the deep concern that we simply must not miss this opportunity to find a solution to such a significant challenge. Our colleagues in the other place have spoken about their commitment to the primacy of this House and their reticence to delay the passage of this bill any further than is absolutely necessary. Their resolve demonstrates the importance of this issue to members of both houses and the stakeholders they represent. The government has spoken repeatedly of its commitment to protecting the creative industries, but their action is still yet to match their rhetoric. It would appear that today, reviews have now been upgraded to working groups. Many excuses have been made for why the government feels unable to act now. Baroness Kidron and the noble lords have acted in good faith on the government's stated concerns and sought to address them in the latest iteration of Transparency Amendment on Copyright and AI. Lord's Amendment 49D provides flexibility for the government to put in place proportionate regulations on the transparency of AI enterprises by reference to their size. Importantly, it allows reasonable timeframe for the government to complete its review of responses in its consultation, which concludes in February, before the Secretary of State is compelled to lay draft transparency regulations before Parliament. For the third time, an amendment on this topic received the overwhelming support of honourable members in the other place, and the debates at the last round showed the strength of feeling is mirrored in this House. Amendment 49D is a balanced clause which puts in place a much-needed long stop date to provide the certainty that creatives and technology industries alike have been calling for, as the honourable member opposite suggested, a backstop, so to speak. The government has run out of excuses for failing to act. Today we have an opportunity to achieve something which is relatively rare in our political climate, to create effective, balanced legislation based on cross-party compromise. It's important to public confidence in government to show we are able to put sound principles above politics when the overwhelming need arises. The government has another opportunity today. Let's make sure it's not another missed one.
Yeah. Oh, in which case, Lib Dem spokesman Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on Lord's Amendment 49D. As the bill returns indeed to this House from the House of Lords, I'm grateful the other place continues to fight for creatives, and this amendment focuses on the fundamental principle of transparency while securing the principle of proportionality. I'm also very grateful for the cross-party work and support in this House, and indeed the movements from the Secretary of State today. And I know many of you have signed various amendments standing up for creatives, and I call on colleagues across the House to consider how they vote today on this amendment before us. At its very core, the amendment would require AI companies to provide copyright owners with clear, relevant information about how their works are being used by AI development and training. The amendment is clear that this is between the trader and data holder and copyright owner to ensure that it is accessible to copyright owners upon request. And really behind this are real people, real communities and the rich tapestry of a 126 billion creative industry. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. My constituency of Stratford-on-Avon has always been a place where arts and creativity flourish. Does my honourable friend agree that government action is needed now to ensure that our British artists, musicians, writers and the William Shakespeares of the future are fully protected and compensated by the big tech companies?
Victoria Collins.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and indeed, I was going to say I'm sure that every MP here will have local creatives, from artists like the Secretary of State talked about the artists in his office. Mine is Tabitha Mary, who has pictures from around towns in Hartland and Berkhamsted. We have musicians such as Rock Chorus, and indeed in Hertfordshire, we have film studios such as Elstree, Warner Brothers, Leavesden and Bovingdon, and I'm sure many of these will be following this debate. Their life's work, their paintings, performances, films could be feeding and indeed are feeding into AI systems right now, and they have no way of knowing. They want to work hand in hand with technology and AI, but our creatives are calling for a fair playing field. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I was recently approached by the British Deaf Association with concerns about AI companies requiring vast volumes of video footage of British Sign Language without proper consent or awareness from the original signers. And I was curious about what AI itself would say about the issue. So I asked it to write in the style of the member for Rhondda and Ogmore. I didn't ask it for the Secretary of State, but as the member for Rhondda and Ogmore is a member for State for DCIT and DCMS, I thought it would be quite interesting. I would highlight it also said that the Minister was known for his bold, articulate style, often weaving sharp analysis with a touch of wit, but I'll let others be the judge of whether AI has encapsulated that. So this is what it had to say. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a crossroads, one where technology and creativity are colliding, not in conflict, but in collaboration. For centuries, imagination has driven progress, shaping our world through art, literature, design and innovation. And now AI is in the mix, not to replace human ingenuity, but to challenge it, expand it, and sometimes even surprise us. The question isn't whether AI is coming, it is here. The real question is how do we harness it to elevate human creativity rather than diminish it? I'd like to think it asks a very good question. And to harness that and elevate that human creativity, creativities are calling for transparency. So today we're at that crossroads with an opportunity to vote for that transparency. So Madam Deputy Speaker, as the bill nears completion, I urge the government to accept this reasonable compromise, but do accept that the tone and the movement today is very welcome, and that work with creatives and tech, which I think is very much needed, I will give way.
Would the honourable member agree with me that actually what this proves is that AI can't capture the wit and the humour actually that the member for Rhondda and Ogmore actually brings to this chamber, and actually it is a poor copy, and fashion, and in fact it's a poor copy of what he actually represents and brings.
Right, and I will for her intervention, and I think the House has spoken on that. And so, true leadership in AI means building on respect for creativity, including in the House of Commons, not exploitation. We can build an AI-powered future where technology and human ingenuity flourish together, but only if we start with transparency. We can be a world leader in setting a standard for creativity and technology to work together. So I invite all colleagues from all parties to join us today in supporting Amendment 49D and set that direction and that stability for transparency, and set up transparency for our creators and for the principle in the age of AI that human creativity still matters. Thank you.
Pete Wishart.
As much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, this is the second time we've considered this amendment in this House. And it's the second time, I suppose, we've received this "just trust me, I just want to get on with it" homily that all the government front bench now present when you discuss this. And they say they want to set up all sorts of working groups. They say that they want to get to legislation. And none of us have any difficulty or objection to what the government wants to do. But what we want is action now. And we get concerned when the Secretary of State, as he just did in his speech, says there's no certainty in our copyright laws just now. There is absolute certainty. It's exactly what the Secretary, and you could check back in Hansard, that is what he said. And that was where the concern and the anxiety comes into this. Now, they might get a technical victory today because of this financial issues once again, but it will come back again from the House of Lords. They're not going to give up. The thing is, everybody is united with the House of Lords when it comes to these issues. Everybody wants a solution now. Nobody agrees with the government's position except the AI firms that seek to benefit from the unauthorised use of our cultural work, and the anger is growing. The more the public see of this, our constituents get increasingly concerned about how our artists are being treated. And you just need to look at Sir Elton John's reaction on Sunday, not just the choice of language about the government front bench, but the way he feels so dismissed that it's even threatening legal action. Surely the way forward is compromise, and just surely go some way towards the creative sector and give them something that what they want. This Lord's Amendment presents that approach. It respects the financial prerogatives of this government, and it's taken on board all of what the front bench have said. I would urge the government, please reconsider its position and engage seriously on the substance of the amendment. The amendment addresses copyright holders' calls for transparency without imposing immediate enforcement costs. What it does do is require AI developers to provide copyright owners with clear, relevant, accurate and accessible information on how their works have been used and how they were accessed. Nothing could be fairer than that. And what it allows us as government to actually decide and introduces words like may rather than must, thereby avoiding direct spending obligation. We must surely start to work together on the basis of what has been agreed between both houses and try to ensure that we get something that meets everybody's concerns. And that has to start with this Lord's Amendment. And I urge at this really late stage for this government to accept it, and I encourage the backbench who have made fantastic contributions today, who have stood up to this government, vote against them. That will show exactly how strong you feel about this issue. So I encourage Labour colleagues to actually back us today in this amendment.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say I'm slightly surprised that the lack of any government backbencher willing to speak in support of the government's position means that I have more time available now to speak than I had initially thought would be the case. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the arguments that we've had in the lengthy debates that have already taken place around these measures, but I did want to make one or two points. The Secretary of State, in his contribution, said that he'd never mentioned the word uncertainty and implied that he thought that copyright law is clear. I have to say that does contrast with an awful lot of the debates we've had previously, where his colleague, the Minister for Creative Industries, has talked about there being uncertainty. And does the Minister wish to give way?
You must have missed several of the debates where I expressly said that I didn't think there was any uncertainty about the law as it presently stands.
So John Whittingdale.
Well, I think the ministerial forward to the consultation paper actually suggests there was uncertainty, and that has been consistently one of the reasons why the government has said they need to carry out all these consultations. But even if the law is clear, as the Secretary of State suggests, and I personally believe it is clear, the important thing is it can only be enforced if those who have their copyright breached are aware that it has taken place. And that is why transparency is of critical importance, something that I know the government have acknowledged. Now, the Secretary of State this afternoon has said that he's going to set up more working parties. The concern we have is, as the Secretary of State has just said, large amounts of copyright material are already being scraped by generative AI. And his working parties and further consultation, and we wait to hear when legislation might actually arrive, means that it is going to be another few years before we actually have this on the statute book. There is an opportunity to have something on the statute book now. And he will be aware that the existing provisions, the robots.txt provisions, are simply being ignored. They are not working. And it is important that we act immediately to send a very clear signal that we expect transparency to be in place and for AI generative companies to properly remunerate license holders. Now, the other provisions I'd just like to mention. The government in the order paper have said that the amendment from the House of Lords engages financial privilege. Well, the clerks may have advised. Well, I merely suggest that actually it is very unclear, as many in the House of Lords have suggested, it is very unclear how it can engage financial privilege when where it says that the provision of the House of Lords says may. It does not contain any requirement on the government to indulge in financial expenditure. And I do just say that I think it is a worrying precedent if the government is going to avoid debate on policy by suggesting that it may invoke financial.
Order. I do think it would be helpful if I clarified that that is a matter for the chair and not for the government. So John Whittingdale.
I of course accept the ruling, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just say that it looks very strange that when there is no financial requirement. I will just finish on one further point. I understand the Secretary of State's keenness to attract investment from the tech companies. I would just say to him that previously, when we have debated legislation affecting tech companies, on each occasion we have heard that it may result in them being unwilling to come and invest in this country. That has never been the case. And I hope that the Secretary of State will not listen to those who say that if we proceed to enforce copyright law, it may somehow result in tech companies finding this country unattractive. I don't believe it is the case. I don't believe that it will jeopardise the jobs which I know the government is keen to create. But unless we proceed down this route with the amendment in the House of Lords, it will jeopardise the jobs of the 2.4 million people in this country who are employed in the creative industries.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49D. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49D. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Keir Mather and Christian Wakeford. The tellers for the noes, Charlie Maynard and Will Forster. Order.
The ayes to the right, 195. The noes to the left, 124.
The ayes to the right were 195, the noes to the left 124, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.
The Lords will know what to do there. Yeah. Message.
Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 49D, that Peter Kyle, Anna Turley, Matthew Patrick, Steve Yem, Katrina Murray, Ben Spencer and Victoria Collins be members of the committee, that Peter Kyle be the chair of the committee, that there be the quorum of the committee, 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 49D, that Peter Kyle, Anna Turley, Matthew Patrick, Steve Yem, Katrina Murray, Dr Ben Spencer and Victoria Collins be members of the committee, that Peter Kyle